me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wantonam, ya a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and left me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
As a singer, I had a nice voice, but when I became deaf, my voice turned into different sounds. So I started singing. It was like a shame to me. Around 10 years and up, people look down on you. People know they don't welcome you as if you have done something bad by becoming deaf. That is the feeling you get around people. When we finished SS, I was among the best.
I was doing mates from Accra to Seko to Medina. I used to go and sleep with friends. Sometimes when you go, they will not give you the chance. They will tell you their girlfriends are coming around. So I need to go and sleep in uncompleted, sometimes in a kiosk. Because of food, I need to go to Presec to go and wait for the students. After eating, they are left over. I and my friends. That's what you go for. People were laughing at me. Agent who doesn't have a place to sleep. How can agent be sleeping in a kiosk while you give people mansion to sleep in? From the talk, I realized that no, I can do something without a capital. My latest job now is Flagstaff House. I painted Flagstaff House.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
we are back again, Charlie. We are back again, Charlie. We are back again, Charlie. Live here in Benin. I'm currently at a place called Casa de Papa, which is a very popular place in Benin. So I'm very excited. Even though it's a budget trip, I saved for this place just to experience everything here. So let's take a short tour. Let's see everything they have to offer. So yeah, let's go, guys. Casa de Papa is located outskirts from the main town. The option to get there was renting a minibus or going by motorbike. We opted for a motorbike, which cost us 2,500 safer. So this is the lake front, the lagoon front, which we are about to see soon. Good morning here from Casa de Papa. I'm going to have breakfast and yeah, so let's go have some breakfast. So guys, this is what I'm having for breakfast. Abigail is trying a local porridge. How does it taste like?
Like rice, no, like oblayo. Oblayo is made of maize, right?
It's made of maize, yes.
So I think it's smaller.
It's smaller. Yeah, you can see. So this is what I'm having, and yeah, you're all invited. So guys, we are just walking towards the beach after breakfast. Oh, the place is really nice. It's a very huge resort. And
Mahava, exactly the thing.
yeah. And so the resort is close to the sea and it's also close to the river. So they have two. There's a road in between the resorts, which you will soon see. So yeah, let's go to the beach. So this is their beach view. Hi, Abigail.
Hi.
It's time for the poolside and the kayak experience. So let's go, guys. So guys, Abigail is a tour guide, and she also sells bikini. So if you like our bikini and our pants, let her know in the comment section. Yeah.
On Instagram.
Yes. So yeah, we are going to the poolside. We are ready to swim. Oh my goodness. Feels good, right? It feels so good. Have about 30 minutes before we check out. Checkout is at 12. So we are going kayaking. I got a ticket. It comes with accommodation for a night. So we are going kayaking on the lake, which is at the same premises as the Casa de what? Papa. Casa de Papa. So let's go, guys. We We are going kayaking. So they have the 2-in-1, they have the 4-in-1, and they have the 1-in-1. So we opted for the 2-in-1 since we both know how to kayak. Yeah, let's see. Let's see, life jacket first. Yeah. Merci. They've made me speak French this trip. It has been so much fun. It brings us to almost the end. Yeah, this is our last activity before we leave the Casa de Papa. At this point, I just want to rest while Abigail kayaks. Abigail, continue kayaking. So yeah, it's been amazing. This is the view from here. From here. We're gonna have coconuts before we leave. Merci.
Thank you.
So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting the entire place of Casa de Papa. Since I came here with my friend, we are going to share our experience. Abigail, come. Come. So we're going to share our experience. How do you think the place was? How was the place? How was the experience here?
It's beautiful with the trees and nature. I think if you are a nature person, like you really love nature, this place is the best for you. The rooms are not like,
I think we had high expectations. Yeah. We paid $100 for a night,
yeah.
And since we were coming together, we shared and paid. So yeah, it's not really worth the amount. I don't know, maybe because maybe because I think it's expensive, or maybe because I had so many expectations. But aside that, we only had breakfast here, and I think the breakfast was great. Yeah. We had not a lot of options, but yeah, we had quite a number of options to choose from.
Breakfast was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're a nature person, this place is the best for you. Okay, just come here and relax. That's okay. But
yeah.
Don't expect too much for the rooms, especially.
Yes, but the place is really beautiful, very Instagram aesthetic, pleasing. Yeah. So yeah, you can come here for like pictures. Yeah. We really had a lot of pictures. If you're not following me on Instagram and you're not following Abigail too on Instagram, yes, please do so. Visit Abigail's channel.
This is Sewa.
Yeah, show her some love. She's also a tour guide in Ghana, and we are also here to also find beautiful places in Benin if you want to add to our itinerary. So if you are in Ghana and you want to come to Benin, contact my lady.
Just contact me.
Yeah. So guys, until next time, we want to say bye-bye.
Bye.
I'd like to just keep probing on this point of technology and digitalization and ask a further question which relates to geopolitics. Okay. And that is that increasingly we are seeing a stark divide between the United States and between China. Yeah. So for example, a telecoms company like Huawei that has had a very pervasive impact on infrastructure all over the continent. We see a company like Techno that has produced a lot of handsets at very cheap prices
for the African market? Has it impacted opening up the market for low-income people? We see that occurring at the same time as the United States is increasingly taking a view that people might have to choose between China and between the United States, or the West and China. How do you see that impacting the technological process within African nations? And how do you see us choosing between the two?
Thank you very much. I think that we should not get into this joke. Our choice between the US and Canada and China on this matter, our choice should be Africa. Our choice should be Ghana. Well, it's in our interest. You know, we have real problems to solve, and we should focus on solving those problems and not get into, because when the elephants fight, it's the grass that suffers, right? And we don't want to be the grass that is suffering here. But let's know what we are trying to do. One of the good things, and one of the important things I must say is a lot of the digitalization efforts that we are seeing. A lot of it, for us, is being driven by the private sector and local private sector. A lot of people, because we have very, very smart people in the IT sector. They are coming up, like our digital address system has been developed by a local firm. I was very pleasantly surprised because we had done an international tender trying to look for people, and we thought all the big players would come, but a local firm came in and blew out everybody from the water. And we gave them the opportunity, they did it. National ID, local firm. Mobile money, interoperability, local firm. So we are looking at growing our own tech sector and making sure that we don't want to get into this geopolitical game. They can fight, but we are going to go ahead of them if they keep fighting.
Vice President, I just have a question in two parts for you before I close.
Okay.
And that question is as I said, it's in two parts. The first is, where do you see the African common market in all of this? At a time at which we are entering into a period of apparent deglobalization, in which the world is going into blocks. Africa, in some ways, is going the opposite direction in that we are trying to become continental. How do you see the future of that? That's the first. The second, more controversial, was that it's a recent discussion that we had at all places at Harvard Business School. Someone's argued that if you looked at the macroeconomic figures for the United States, if the United States was not printing the dollar, it would have to approach the IMF to sustain its situation. So the question I have for you is that, are you, as a matter of policy, for the continued dollarization of the world, or do you believe that it is in the interests of African countries and Ghana to live in a multi-currency world?
Well, let me take the question with the class, and these professors have ways to see questions upon you. This is good. The issue of the African common market is for us is non-negotiable. There may be deglobalization in other places, but the other places have reached the levels where they can afford to deglobalize. For Africa, we're creating the largest common market in the world, right, with a $3 trillion economy, right? So we have to, the objectives of the African common market are still very, very important in this world, and we therefore need to form a bloc to allow us to even negotiate on stronger terms with the rest of the world, and to allow that trade amongst ourselves. And that is very, very important. I'm very keen on the common air market, for example, in Africa. We need to push. It's one of those things that I would like to see us have a common air market and open skies and so on to drive. So we still have a lot to to do on the issue of integration and regional integration, and I think we'll move on. The more controversial question on whether we want to see de-dollarization, I really think that economic forces from time to time determine what is the reserve currency of the world, right? And you will use currencies as they support your trade. So from our perspective, we will just continue to use the dollar, we will continue to use gold and whatever currencies that support our trade. It's not coming at it from an ideological perspective, but we are looking at a practical perspective. What works for us? And that's what we're going to do.
Our transformational mobile money interoperability has also provided financial inclusion to both the millionaire business executive in the cities and the petty trader in the small market in the village, who may never have bothered to open a bank account. Both of them can now make financial transactions seamlessly from a bank account to a mobile wallet and vice versa. Because of this policy of Ghana's of mobile money interoperability, Ghana is now the #1 country in Africa as far as access to financial inclusion is concerned. April 2010 marks the 104th birthday anniversary of our grandfather, Sheikh Osman Nuhu Sharifu. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. 104 years. Allah has truly blessed him. 100 years in the life of everything is remarkable. And our grandfather, Sheikh Osman Nuhu Sharifu, to be with us for 104 years is a special grace from the Almighty Allah, a very special grace. The life of Sheikh Osman Nuhu Sharifu has been a great blessing to our nation and beyond. What he has done for this country in terms of peace and harmony and tolerance is incalculable, when we just thank Allah for him. As our Imam and leader, he symbolizes the way we are admonished to live as Muslims. Peaceful, kind, humble, honest, and selfless. As a national icon, the Chief Imam commands the respect of everyone across the political and religious divide because of what he represents and his deep appreciation and tolerance for diversity. He has become a great symbol and tool of religious tolerance in Ghana, reaching out to both his Christian peers and leaders of other Islamic sects in Ghana. His remarkable overtures have inspired many in the pursuit of religious tolerance in Ghana, and the overwhelming respect he commands from all clearly underlines what he means to all of us. Personally, the Chief Imam has been a guide and an inspirer. Malam is indeed God's gift to all of us. On this special occasion of his 104th birthday, I wish him good many years and good health.
A multitude of our Muslim brothers and sisters are at the Independence Square today to commemorate the Eid-al-Fitr celebrations. Now we are here to find out how the prayer session is going so far and how their day is also going to go at the end of everything. Join me as I find out from my brothers and sisters.
I live in Independence where, well, I would like to visit as a young boy, I would like to visit my Muslim brothers and sisters who are also, even a non-Muslim, I would like to visit them and wish them a happy Eid or happy Ramadan. With all due respect to my religion, I have to fast because they are stated in the holy book, in the Quran that, yeah, you are listening, man, all you who believe, kutiba alaykum siyam, that you have to fast. Fasting has been prescribed upon you. Kama kutiba al-lazina, how it has been prescribed upon al-lazina min qablihim, how it has been prescribed on all those who have passed before you. Why? Because Allah is saying that why should we fast? We fast because it has been prescribed on all those who have passed before we, so that what? So that you can have comfort, you can have what? Mercy. You will be merciful. The holy month of Ramadan is a holy month which has been in which the Quran has been revealed, and all Muslims know that. And it's a holy month which has been devoted for fasting. The whole either 29 or 30 days. You know, the Islamic calendar contains either 29 or 30 days. Yes, that's why we used to fast in the Ramadan.
Happy Eid-al-Fitr. May Allah reach us new more years. Me myself, I prefer to pray here.
Why?
And since we were kids, we've been praying here, so I'm used to coming here to pray. The holy month of Ramadan is a peace month and a blessed month. Forgiveness to all our sins.
You know, the whole of Islam is built on 5 pillars. At the center of that structure is to believe that there is no any other God but Allah. And the Prophet Muhammad is final messenger. Final messenger, not founder of Islam. He is the final messenger, beginning from Adam, the first man created, to Abraham, to Moses, to Jesus, to Muhammad. These are the 5 key prophets. In between them, there are over 124,000. Beginning with Adam, who was the first creation of Allah and the first prophet of Allah. So it's built on 5 pillars. Apart from the belief that there is no any other God but Allah and Rasul Muhammad is final messenger, we have the fasting, we have the zakat, we have the prayer, we have the hajj as the 4 other pillars, all linking to the main pillar in the middle. That's belief that there's no any other God. You see, so the fasting is to build, apart from the spiritual benefit to you yourself, is to build in you, the human being, empathy and compassion for others.
Ramadan means that a fasting time. Nadia fasting. Nadia Sanya me boniface. And Ramadan time grandpa so wa be yaka. Utimi ma wona na bom. Enye se Ramadan no kwanti. Enye kwan grandpa se wono say wono niamu be yaka. Any kwan sa adini ni chese any kwan se wono obi be yaka grandpa ma ade achi so enye. And a dear woman to say, I say, and dray, we wait, I say, as if from our bedroom, and I'm a bedroom, I say, no, I say, mean Becca, La Mam, Yanina, penny, Muslim, in our penny, no, nay, soon yammy. Mean quambet me as soon, but me soon mean quaminji, just a Yanina, young Cambo, and soon yamini, and ninji, and one. I know how me free Westland, and a maba. Then I'll be celebrating and after. And there, Minim cry, just a middle fear. Minim, Miss Cadia may yell fear now. If you are now offended, Mary Nam, Menum drinks. Minim Jamaica, pizza, crane, quarantana, quaranta pizza. Nama emukrampo afunmi nutuonu ntemi dibia ni fufuro bia.
She said that Ramadan is all about fasting, love amongst one another, and then reconciliation among enemies. She's also saying that she came to the Independence Square because she wanted to celebrate the Eid-al-Fitr with the Imam of the religion.
It's a blessing day, blessing month, and happy to, we are all happy. You see us around here. Today is like
special day for us because we finished the Ramadan. So we're supposed to come here and pray to Almighty God, forgiveness, health, everything that we need from Him.
Some of our Muslim brothers and sisters believe that Ramadan is all about fasting. It's the holy month that propels you to love, reconcile, and celebrate with one another. What interests me the most is the fact that even though their religion requires them to fast, they do enjoy doing it. Now, what does Ramadan mean to you too? Let me know in the comment section. My name is Abigail Johnson-Bush, reporting for GhanaWeb.
We are here because after years of research and development, intense drive and passion, Polytanks Ghana's family is proud to bring something truly special to the market. Preserving the future, it's about sustainability. This has been our focus for the last couple of decades. Let me give you 3 reasons why we're so excited about this new tank we call the Sumo Super. Firstly, the product we're about to unveil this evening is revolutionary in its 3-layer tank technology. The tank has an inbuilt antibacterial property to help protect against algae formations and other microbes. It has UV stabilizers, which means it can withstand all weather conditions and give a longer life to water storage tanks. Secondly, the Polytank 3-layer Sumo Super has unimaginable steadiness, and we will witness this here this evening. This product is able to withstand a drop from 25 feet height without breaking or getting damaged. Let me say it's built strong to last strong. Thirdly, over the years, our cherished customers have asked us why our tanks only come in one color. We heard our customers. This is why we, Sumo Tank Super, is being introduced in 9 colors. As well as you may well know, with over 300 distribution shops spread across every district in this country, this is a Sumo Super close to your doorstep. I therefore urge you to visit our dealers and our shops after today to get one for your home, offices, and communities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're here about to witness today is to remind us of our commitment as Polytank to remain the trailblazers in the market. We really hope you're excited about this new product. Once again, we appreciate you for all honoring our invitation here today. It is truly a pleasure to have you here with us today. We, Poly, thank you for being here and your support.
We recognize that the media and journalists can sometimes be reckless and unprofessional to the extent of publishing false and defamatory stories. Fortunately, the laws of the country provide aggrieved entities with remedies for civil actions against citizens, journalists, and media organizations. It is regrettable, therefore, that repressive actions of the Electronic Communications Act and the Criminal and Other Offences Act 1960 Act 29 are being weaponized to muzzle free speech under the Akufo-Addo regime. It may be argued that the arrest and persecutions are being in accordance with the law. It is equally true that the victims of the erstwhile criminal libel law were also dealt with in line with the law. Indeed, many of the world's intolerant and autocratic governments typically deal with decent and press offences by exploiting the law. Hence our call for a repeal of these two laws. Hence our call for a repeal of these two laws. It is largely due to the wanton arrest and detention of journalists that Ghana promoted from its lofty perch as the country with the freest media environment in Africa in 2018 to 30th in the 2022 Global Press Freedom Ranking by Reporters Without Borders, RSF. On the global stage also, Ghana dropped from 30th position in 2021 to 60th in 2022, the worst ranking in 20 years. We are also much aware that the recent detention of Noadame has been picked by the Reporters Without Borders, and that may consequently affect our ranking in the coming days before the World Press Freedom, the International Day, is observed. The violations that have been recorded in Ghana over the past year give cause for pessimism regarding the country's performance in the next ranking. It is obvious that our press freedom environment is deteriorating, and that the abuse of the two controversial laws has contributed massively to the deterioration. It is our view, therefore, that efforts to bring a positive change should begin with a reconsideration of those laws. We also call on the government to adequately resource the National Media Commission to effectively carry out its mandate of monitoring and regulating media content in a proactive manner. This, we believe, will discourage police involvement in the media regulatory space. Finally, we commit ourselves to promoting professional standards in the media and urge all journalists and media houses to uphold the highest level of integrity and professionalism. We will not, and we shall not, hesitate to call out any journalist or media organization that indulges in flagrant violation of the professional ethics and standards. This is in view of the recognition that press freedom, and indeed all other forms of freedom, go with responsibility and duty to respect public sensibilities, human dignity, and public interest.
Welcome to Media Kotoku, to what promises to be a milestone of well-being for ourselves and for posterity as we break ground for the DEK Vaccines Limited, a multiple vaccine manufacturing factory right here in Ghana, as we provide hope for a healthier Africa and prepare her against any unforeseen pandemics.
Your Excellency, we are here today due to the impact of your vision and initiative to set up the Presidential Vaccines Manufacturing Committee, especially Prof. Kwabra Frimpong Boateng and Dr. Nsiasari, who have worked so hard to assemble technical expertise to help bring vaccine manufacturing to Ghana. Today, DEK Vaccines is here to make your Excellency's vision a reality.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all started on 28th February 2021 in update 24 of what has come to be known as the Fellow Ghanaian series of addresses to the nation at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when I declared to the Ghanaian people my determination to see to the manufacture of vaccines here in Ghana. The vaccine nationalism that was played out by the developed world with the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines meant that we had to take urgent, critical steps towards making sure that never again would we be victims or pawns of the international vaccine order. It was imperative that we took our destiny into our own hands. However, as has become the norm, right from my days in opposition to my becoming President of the Republic, any idea proposed whether it is free senior high school education or one district, one factory policy, is scoffed at by those who claim they are lofty ideas which could not be implemented. The idea to manufacture our own vaccines was not spared either. In spite of these, I went ahead to establish a committee under the chairmanship of the former Minister for Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation, Professor Kwabena Frimpong Boateng, to formulate a concrete plan of action towards domestic vaccine development and manufacturing. The plan of action culminated in the announcement of the establishment in July 2021 of the National Vaccine Institute with seed funding of $25 million United States dollars from the European Investment Bank. Indeed, some 2 months ago, on 14th February 2023, the National Vaccine Institute Bill was enacted by Parliament, for which I have given assent, and whose board of directors will soon be outdoor. Its establishment has enabled the National Vaccine Institute work in unison with ministries, departments, and agencies in Ghana to boost our country's capacity to be self-reliant in the production of vaccines and bring all of us to this gathering where work on the construction of the factory of DEKS Vaccines Limited will soon begin. We want to achieve self-sufficiency in vaccine production to meet future national, regional, and continental needs for health security. We shall not then in the future be at the mercy of foreign vaccine nationalism and geopolitics.
Thank Mr. President in particular and his government in general for delivering on his promise to give us this facility. And I want to say, Mr. President, again, Mr. President, for the last time, Mr. President, we thank you very much. Why do I have to mention Mr. President's name thrice? Because what we are seeing is the first of its kind in my own life history. And for that, we are eternally grateful to you, Mr. President, and your government. And I hope generations that will come after us will come and also extend their great gratitude to you, even when we are long gone.
We are gathered here this morning because of the vision of the President to give a facelift to our urban cities through his government's policy of urban redevelopment schemes. Historically, large tracts of lands have been allocated to state agencies for projects, of which very small portions are actually utilized, leaving large portions of such lands unused. This, perhaps, was not a problem in 1957, when we were only 6 million people. Today, with a population of over 30 million, it is important that we put our lands to optimal and judicious use. This is why the Urban Redevelopment Scheme is being implemented by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources in partnership with the Lands Commission and the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority, LUSPA, to utilize such lands in a manner that will contribute to the socio-economic development of our country. This scheme is being implemented in areas such as Kumasi Sector 18, which comprises of Ridge, Danyame, and Inshiasu residential areas, Old Tamale Airport, Ridge Sectors 1, 2, and 3 residential areas in Cape Coast, as well as the Aviation City here in Accra. The Aviation City area encompasses land adjacent Airport City and stretches from Stanbic Heights through the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, DVLA, to the Ministry of Defense. Currently, the land hosts a number of installations for the Ghana Police Service, including a barracks with primary and junior high schools, mobile force quarters, rapid deployment force, national protection unit, fuel depot, and workshop. Other occupants in the area include the Band Trooping Army of the Ghana Armed Forces, the West African Examination Council, the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, Ghana Airport Company Limited, and the Ghana Meteorological Agency. The Aviation City redevelopment requires that all these agencies are relocated to free up the land for redevelopment. This has led to the construction of this barracks for the Ghana Police Service through a public-private partnership to relocate the personnel of the Ghana Police Service in the Aviation City enclave to this barracks.
I must at the outset thank the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources under the leadership of its dynamic minister, Samuel A. Jinapor, Member of Parliament for Damango, and everyone involved in this project and in the Aviation City project. It is testament to government's resolve to modernizing our cities and providing decent accommodation and housing for our men and women in uniform. This facility which I'm commissioning today is the outcome of one such urban renewal program, the Aviation City Redevelopment Project at the Airport Enclave. It is to pave way for this redevelopment that these state-of-the-art facilities have been constructed through a public-private partnership with Unique Development Company for our hard-working men and women of the Ghana Police Service. The facility is made up of 514 one- and two-bedroom self-contained flats, of which 322 have been completed and ready for occupation. These units are fitted with modern facilities and will serve as comfortable homes and afford a conducive working environment for police officers and their families. In addition to the residential accommodations, this project also provides a school with modern facilities, a clinic, an AstroTurf football field, a tennis court, a standby generator, a police station, a fuel filling station, a workshop enclave, and other essential amenities. This is further testimony of our unwavering commitment to provide decent accommodation and other facilities for our security personnel. Not only will this facility improve the welfare of the police officers, it will also enhance their capacity to serve our nation even more effectively. As we commission the first phase of this project, I urge the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Lands Commission, and Unique Development Company to work in earnest and complete the remaining 192 housing units and other facilities that make up the second phase of the project. I've been briefed that work is also far advanced on the construction of 15-bedroom self-contained flats for the Ghana Meteorological Agency, the Ghana Airport Company Limited, and the Greater Accra Regional Office of the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, DVLA. The completion of these projects is crucial to the implementation of the Aviation City project. Once again, I want to commend all those who have worked for the success of this project. And let me mention specifically Unique Development Company Limited, for partnering with government to put up these facilities for the police service and for the excellent quality of its work. This obviously is a great step towards the redevelopment of the aviation city enclave, which will give a positive facelift to our capital city. Let me assure you, ladies and gentlemen, of my full commitment to the realization of this project towards the Ghana we aspire. I'm confident that with God's guidance and your support, we will achieve our vision of a developed, progressive, and prosperous Ghana.
Toll workers on strike for what reason? There's a toll management and the board, right?
But as
I mean, it's easy to always say there's a sector minister, and as soon as the minister does something, oh, the minister is interfering. The same journalist around would accuse me if I go and I say I'm going to demand these changes. They will say, but they're Ghanaian workers, but there's a management. We all have to decide as a country what we want. We live under the type of system that we want, right? I can tell you as a minister what I've done. Right. I gave TOR a new business opportunity in the pre-mixed fuel market. That all the condensate from Ghana Gas should go to TOR and use it for blending and pre-mixed fuel, right? The last time I heard, over $2.5 million worth of condensate that got missing from TOR. If we all want TOR working, we don't want another ECG in TOR, do we? Because it will break the back of government, the bills in TOR. They have over $500 million of debt sitting on there. And go and look at how the debt's accumulated. People bring their crude to refine, and then crude losses. I set up a committee that worked for 8 months just trying to reconcile TOR losses. My sister, you don't pay taxes for it to be a drain. You pay taxes for an efficient function of government. Government, I can tell you, is doing so much work to bring TOR together. As we speak, there are proposals lying down in TOR. The Attorney General is having a look, SIGA is having a look, Finance Ministry. Because you saying journalists will come and say, government has sold TOR to its cronies if we don't get it right. And getting it right is a difficult proposition that we are putting out. And we will work diligently to give Ghanaians what is good. Petrol has not shot in this country, or petrol is not scarce in this country because TOR is not working, is it? So if TOR is come to work, it has to come with the efficiencies for which it can allow to participate in the market. We are not going to say TOR because TOR is TOR. TOR will bring in petrol products that me and you cannot buy. You will turn around and tell, the old system was better, right? So we'll work to get it right. There shouldn't be some payers of electricity and others who are, we call, non-payers of electricity. Whether it's because the meter is not working, or it's because you are doing things, or you are using a meter not certified, or you are bypassing the ECG system. Who should pay for who to enjoy? We should all know that ECG is rendering such a vital service for all Ghanaians, especially in their zone, and everybody must prioritize paying electricity. We should really look back for when we were not enjoying electricity and we were all having generators. And if you'd like, all of you do a study. Switch off your ECG prepayment system, don't pay for 1 month, and use generator for 1 month and compare the bills. I don't believe that people would say ECG has increased or PRC has increased tariff. Last year and this year, everything has increased. Your house rent has increased, your food cost has increased, your transportation cost has increased. So how could ECG have functioned within that period without increasing tariffs. Workers believe. Workers have even called for a cooler or things, support, or the reality. So we all have to understand that without energy, there is no economy. And everybody must pay. You can't want lights and shout if lights are not on and you shout against government. And if lights are on, you say, I won't pay my bill. My ministry operates on prepaid meters. We have to be responsible to our duties, or else we should stop asking government for electricity. Once you see it, once we all see the visible improvement in electricity system over the years compared to some years back, we should all make it a point to advise Ghanaians, everybody you know. We live in the same neighborhood. You already know those who are not paying. You even know those who are doing illegal connections. You either have to give us a tip-off or you have to encourage those people to be. The more people pay, the less the bill will be. Okay. If 30% of Ghanaians are not paying, or ECG is not able to collect 30% of the money, it means only 70% are paying for the 100%. And obviously, the bills will be higher. PRCE is a body that has been set up by Ghanaians for Ghanaians to work on behalf of consumers. So they come up with a rational tariff, a tariff that they deem must be affordable and can be affordable. I would like people to really compare 1st January 2016, the price, and 1st January 2022, the price in dollar terms, and see which one was even cheaper. I can put it on record that when you do the sums, it's probably far cheaper in 2022. So ECG has faced a tremendous pressure to deliver. Because without ECG, we all hear that the government is restructuring the debts with the independent power producers. They all rely on ECG to pay these power producers. And if ECG cannot collect the amount of money it has to collect, the independent power producers will never have enough money to pay to continue producing the power for all of us to enjoy. We have to live responsibly. When ECG began this program, I always communicated to the management that I would demonstrate our support for this program by physically visiting one or two entities with them. And that is what I've done today, and probably I'll do on Friday. The ECG, I think, said that the amount of money that they intend to collect or has not been paid over a certain period was over 5 billion. I would like to know when they finish the program how much they've been able to collect and why they were not able to collect probably 80% of the bill. I don't believe in success factors we cannot all clap to. If they think the program has been successful, they must demonstrate it in how much they've retrieved. If not, what has caused their inability to retrieve it, and what plans are they having for subsequent visits.
I was doing meets from Accra to Seko to Medina. I used to go and sleep with friends. Sometimes when you go, they will not give you the chance. They will tell you their girlfriends are coming around. So I need to go and sleep in uncompleted, sometimes in a kiosk. Because of food, I need to go to Presec to go and wait for the students. After eating, they are left over. I and my friends. That's what we go for. People were laughing at me. Agent who doesn't have a place to sleep. How can agent be sleeping in a kiosk while you give people mansion to sleep in? From the talk, I realized that no, I can do something without a capital. My latest job now is Flagstaff House. I painted Flagstaff House.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Hanokre. Susu sang pine, dear one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. The bugger, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. We just send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
So I was doing the agency job, small. People were laughing at me. Agent who doesn't have a place to sleep. How can agent be sleeping in a kiosk while you give people mansion to sleep in?
Today is a good day, and indeed it is, because you know sometimes for many people they get lucky and also unlucky at the same time for several reasons. Welcome to this week's edition we tell you the story of the man they call the celebrity painter, Bright Hojo, whose story is an amazing journey from village life into the city. Today, he's the man that paints the Flagstaff House, or what we call the Jubilee House. Once again, welcome. I began our conversation by asking Bright to tell me about himself and what his upbringing was like.
My name is Bright Elom Iyao Hojo, popularly known as the celebrity painter. My parents are Clement Kwesi Hojo, that's my father, and my mother is Vera Akpene Abeye. Both of them come from Leklebi, Dugan, in the Volta region, where I come from. I started my school at Leklebi, Dugan, EP Primary. Okay, actually, before I come to Accra, I would say I was in class 6 by then. But my parents were in Accra, and I was staying with my grandmother. So it got to a time, they said, no, I have to leave the village and come to the city. So my mom came for me to Medina Estate. So when I came to Medina Estate, I stayed with my mom and my stepfather, because my father and my mother were no more. They have separated. So I was there for some time, and my stepfather said, no, I can't be with them. I need to go and stay with my father. My father, there is a stepmother there too, but I have no choice, I have to move. So I moved to Pig Farm to stay with them. But I was not comfortable because my stepmother, stepmother and their issues. So I was there for some time, I was not comfortable, so I called my mom to tell her the problems I'm going through. So from there, my mother came for me back from Pig Farm to Medina. So I have to start schooling by then. So they took me to Medina Estate Primary. And they took me to class 3. Meanwhile, I was in classes in the village. So imagine, when I came to Accra, Charlie, the learning is different. So I didn't know anything. So they sent me back to class 3. But I didn't say no, I will not go. So by then, that means I was a grown-up, more than the class 3 people. I have no choice. I have to be in that class and learn hard. So I was there. From there to JSS. So at the JSS, it was time for speech and prize giving day. I did marvelous things. I did school bus, I did the combo, I did helicopter for so many people to come and see. I even have it on tape and hard copy. So from there, when I completed JSS, because I was paying my own school fees by then, I have no money to continue or to further my education. So when I was with my mom and my stepfather, it got to a time my grandmom also came around. So she was frying bofrot and kose. So I used to take the kose and the bofrot to go and sell, sometimes barefooted, because there's nothing for me to wear. But I was not discouraged. And after the kose too, I used to go to UPS and Legon to wash things for students, for me to get something small. From there, because of food, I need to go to Presec to go and wait for the students. After eating, they're left over. I and my friends, that's what we go for. We package it and bring it home and eat. It went on for several times just because of something to eat. So from there, I would say life became so challenging, and it got to a time my stepfather wants me out from the house. So I have nowhere to sleep. So I need to go and get a kiosk and uncompleted to lodging. That is where I was while the struggle was on.
Since there was no money at home to support your education, how did you break through in life?
After the GSS, I couldn't continue because of financial difficulties. So I have to go to Action Chapel. By then they were building Action. So I went there to do construction for a whole 1 year to pack money to further for my education. When I was doing the construction at Action Chapel, a friend of mine again came to me and said they are digging a gutter at East Legon and the money was better than Action, so we should go there to give it a try. So indeed, I followed him. When I went, the money was good. So I paused from Action to the digging of the gutter till they finish before I go back to Action, because Action always, because the job is big, they always want workers. So you can break and go and come back, they will take you because they don't have a choice, because they need workers. So I break from Action and I went to East Legon to go and dig gutter like for 2 or 3 months. After the gutter, then I went back to Action again to finish the construction over there to get my money through 1 year to further my education. So after that 1 year, I got money and I went to, my first choice was Kimbo Sectech. So I went there to deposit money there for them to be taking that money from my money till it got finished. So when I was in school too, I was doing mates, I was selling Kose and Bofrot and all that. I was doing mates from Accra to Circle to Medina. That was weekends. Whilst I'm supposed to be in, how do I say it? I was supposed to be in class, Saturday classes. But I don't go for classes because I needed money. So I've been doing this mate work. Sometimes I carry my classmates, I don't feel shy. I carry them, I carry my teachers from school on Saturdays. I don't feel shy for them to see me that I'm doing that job or not, because I know what I wanted. So from there, and I started small to this level.
So how did you actually come to become a painter?
So from SS, I know that I can't get money to further my education. So how do I have to do? I need to think what to do next. So because I was a Christian, so I've been going to church. So by then, there was a program in my church that they needed people to go and do at Takrade. That's a leadership course. So I was one of the appointees to go and represent the church for that course. So I went. So when the speaker was talking, he spoke about how to start your own business without a capital. So when I heard that, I said, wow, I need to be serious with this particular topic because I don't have anything and I want to be somebody in future as well. So after teaching, I jotted down my point. So when we were coming back to Accra, I was thinking, what can I do with my life? Because I have nothing. So, and because when I was in school, I used to do art. So art is part of me. So I was thinking, how can I bring my art work out for people to see? Here I am, nobody knows me. Okay, so from the talk, I realized that no, I can do something without a capital. So I was thinking about what should I start with. And something came into my mind as agency, as an accommodation, renting and all that. With that, I know I don't need to go and register. I don't need to use money. What I can do is get my board, write on it. I have this room for me to go around to search for the room. Then I start from there because I know with agency, you take registration. After registration, you take commission. So that's where I started from. So when I get to a single room, then I'll tell you, my brother or my sister, I'm a painter. If you can allow me to paint for you, that's where I started from. I started painting small. Sometimes when I paint, they don't pay me because I was nobody. Small. It got to a time I wanted to stop because by then too, I got a challenge from my stepfather. He said, still I have to move from where I was. It was a big challenge and a big blow to me. So, okay, what can I do? Because I don't want to go back to my father again. So, I used to go and sleep with friends. Sometimes when you go, they will not give you the chance. They will tell you their girlfriends are coming around. So, I need to go and sleep in uncompleted, sometimes in a kiosk with mosquito and all that. But I was not discouraged. I said, no, I must make it because I know where I'm coming from. So I was doing the agency job, small. People were laughing at me. Agent who doesn't have a place to sleep. How can agent be sleeping in a kiosk while you give people mansion to sleep in? I didn't mind their comments because I know what I want. So I was there when a friend came to me and said, my brother, there's a guy who has a land and said he wants somebody to build on it. If he can do it, let's go and see the person. I said, okay, it's a good idea. So I followed the guy. We went to see the landlord. The landlord said, oh, I have this small place. I want somebody to build a single room on it. And I said, oh, why not? I can do it. So we went on agreement. I started the project with 100 cities. I get people to clear the place. Small. When I get 500, I go to the land. When I get 1,000, I go to the land. Any money I get, I go to the land. Till I finish the single room. By then, I used 6,000 to build a single room. So the agreement was I should stay in the building for 20 years. Then the landlord take the building. That was the agreement. So that was it. From there, I was there and I was doing the job small. With determination. So from there, I started getting money. I said, no, this time, people need to hear from me. So I started telling friends that when you get me a job, I'll give you 10% and all that. So jobs started coming because when I get a job, I pay the 10%. So people see that, wow, Charlie, this guy is trying. So anywhere I reach, I need to speak good about him so that job will come for him to pay my 10%. So from there, I was there. I said, no, this single room, I need to live there because now level is changing. So I moved from the single room to a chamber hall. I went to rent a chamber hall and I rented my single room to somebody. So I went to the chamber hall whilst I was still doing the job. Small, gradually. So it got to a time, it wasn't easy. The up and downs, it wasn't easy at all. So from there, I said, okay, what can I do next? I need to start teaching people because the job started, widening up. I can't do it alone. So I need to start training people. I need to start working with visual students so that the job will open. So from there, then I went to register. So through the registration, after training people, now sometimes I need to relax to let them know what to do or not. So from there, I started doing advert, posting my works on Facebook, Instagram, and all that. I created my own page. Through the page creating, people started interviewing me from US, Nigeria, because of the jobs I do, how mind-blowing my jobs were. People started advertising on me. Through that, the thing blew up. And bloggers too started entering. They call me, they talk to me, they interview me, then it went viral. From there, small. And I'll say, I go to where I am now. That was when I gave a lady chamber hall self-contained. And I told her, I know how to paint. So I gave her the estimate and she gave me half payment for me to start. When I finish, she will pay the rest. So I finished the job. When I finished the job, she didn't pay me. She was tossing me, I'll pay you today, I'll pay you tomorrow. Later, she told me, now crowd is sky then. What are you going to use money for? I said, but madam, you gave me a contract and I finished my contract, so I expect you to pay me. But trust me, the lady didn't pay. She didn't pay me. And I have nothing to do because by then I was a beginner, so I have nobody to rely on. Who am I going to tell my story? So, I left it. I couldn't get that money. But I was not discouraged. I was still doing it. Other people pay, other people don't pay. But I was not discouraged because I know what I want. I know starting anything new is not easy. Me, myself, I know that starting something for people to accept you is not easy. You need to fail and continue doing it. When you fail, you continue doing it. It will get to a time. You'll be perfect. And people won't take you for granted again. So I was not discouraged. Yeah, so I would say painting, I didn't learn painting. It is talent given to me by God. So I would say when I'm doing painting, I don't hassle doing it. Like the way people see my work and they will say, wow, how many months did you use? How many days did you use? Whilst maybe I use only one day. Some of the jobs, when I use one day, people think I use months or weeks. It's because it's a talent. Talent, when we are going to do it, God directs you to do it. That is the difference between talent and somebody learning it. You see, I'm an SS graduate, but I teach people from university. Through my talent, I do seminar for university, secondary schools, and constituencies. Through my talent. So, the talent is the best thing for everybody to build on, because that's what God has given you. But nowadays, people move from talent to other people's talent. That's why I see that people will be doing some things and they are not doing it right, because that is not what God has chosen them to do. So it is always good we build on the talent given to us from God. With that, you don't hustle, you don't suffer doing it.
You describe your painting as a talent. At what point in your life did you discover this?
I got to know my talent at the age of, I would say, 10 years. I started drawing small. That is why even at our speech and prize giving day at the JHS, I did so many things. I did Comel, I did helicopter, and I did school bus.
They call you the celebrity painter. How did that name come about?
How I got my name celebrity painter is from the way I work for celebrities and I work for prominent people. So one day, my friend just saw me and said, "Boss, the way you are working, the way you are helping people, doing seminar for people, one day you could be celebrated. So why can't you take the name celebrity painter? It will help you in future." So through that, and I got the name the celebrity painter.
Who have you worked for, and how big is your portfolio?
I would say, coming to my scope of work, or the people I've worked with, I would say I've trained people like 500 and above. I've trained people like 500 and above. And I've been doing seminar too for secondary schools, constituencies, and university. I would say the secondary schools, that's Pantec, and the university is Legon. Yeah, I went there to train them. And talking about the people I've worked with and the companies I've worked with, I can't remember all, but I can mention few. I've painted Action Chapel, Tema. I've painted ICGC, East Legon. I've painted Cocoa Board. I've painted for Stone Boy. I've painted for Mubarak Wakaso. I've painted for, let me say, so many people, I've forgotten. Okay, I've painted for Tony Yeboah, and I've painted GRA. I've painted, my latest job now is Flagstaff House. I painted Flagstaff House. And I've painted for so many estate developers. Manette, Trasaco, Black Rock Estates, so many of the estates. I've painted them. I'm their painter. I have contract with them. I'll be painting for them till. They can't go without me, and I can't go without them. Because they believe me, and I also believe in them.
Are you married? Got any children?
So talking about myself as a family, I would say I have 2 kids, 1 girl, 1 boy. But I'm not married. Yes, I was with a lady, but we are no more. We separated because of 1 or 2 challenges. But we understood each other and we part ways.
You are a young man who has been able to break through in life. What would you say to other young people out there?
Okay, the advice I'll give to the young ones is they should look out for their talent, what God has given them. And they should stop this cyber fraud. It will not help them. Because when you build on your talent, I would say, Ghana people don't respect painters or they don't believe in painters. But I would say with me, with my work, when you meet me, you need to salute. Because I will let you know that the painting is not anything that you think is, you don't respect it. No, because of course, before you build, the only person that can bring the beauty of your building is a painter. So therefore, if you don't take a painter serious, then you yourself, I can tell you, you are not a serious person. Because for you to invest so much in your building, and for the person, the last person to bring your beauty out, you take that person for granted. I don't see why you should even build at the first place. So painters should never be taken for granted. And the youth too have to build on their talent. Because there's nothing that when you are focused, you can't reach where you want to be. You need to be focused, serious, and know where you are coming from. And build on your talent. And you'll surely be there. That's my advice to the youth.
You have received a lot of recognitions which you've displayed here in your room. Do you mind taking us through some of them?
So, I would say this is a citation from Talent Tahoof and Advanced Media through my seminar works that I've been doing. Yes, they are my backbone. Because every seminar, I have a team. They will come and talk to you. Celebrity painter want to come around to teach you people for free. We don't charge. I do seminar for free. So after the seminar, this is what they presented to me for a citation. Yeah, this is an award last year from GhanaWeb. I happened to win the Youth Empowerment for 2021 category. So this is the award I got from GhanaWeb. This is also another award. This award, I took it at Kempinski Hotel. It's the Whole Africa Award, special recognition, Africa.
Truly, they say everyone has got a story, and that's the story of Bright Yao Hojo that we brought to you on this episode on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. Remember, there is news for you when you visit www.ghanaweb.com. As always, be kind to one another.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakwa. When I'm speaking to Mr. Seth Jima, I mean, if you're on social media, on the Ghanaian media platform for the past 24 hours and over, I'm sure you might have seen him, his works, his emotional interview, his story. He's been trending. He's been all over the place for his incredible work in the UK for the past 24 hours, and we are delighted to be speaking to you. Hello and welcome to Ghana, Mr. Seth Jima.
Thank you for having me, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, my friend. First and foremost, let me say congratulations on your victory. There is a bit of confusion. Is it your first or second victory? Professional?
Yeah, it's my second bout.
Oh, okay. And so the story says that you were a Libra or a Mason here in Ghana. Then you traveled to the UK. So how did it all start for you?
Obviously, I'm from Ghana, and I grew up in there's a small village called Bima. It's in the Asokore sector east, Asokore Fijasi, Asante region. I don't know if you have heard about it before. So that's the part of my life. I grew up there. I got 10 sisters, and I'm only one boy of them. So when I was growing up, I literally noticed that life wasn't easy because my parents was going a lot of challenge, but they never gave up on us, so they did everything in their way to support us. Yeah, I used to travel 5 miles to school from village to my school, probably cassava, plantain to go to sell them before we get money to buy something to eat, and we use the same money to buy some stuff we don't have at home, So that's the kind of life I grew up. And then I went to T.I. Ahmadiyya Junior School in Asokore, and then I went to Krobia Asante Technical Vocational Institute. That is where I studied building and construction BC, So that is where I'm become more about mason, and because it's part of my subject I was learning in school, and in the vocational time, I traveled to big city with my to go to see my sisters in Bremen, Kumasi, and that is where I bought a travel to looking for jobs.
But whilst you were in school, did you do any kind of sport? Were you doing some boxing or some football, or you were not a sports person at all?
Nah, I was a goalkeeper. I was catching girls, I was I was really good with when it comes to goalkeeping. I was really good with that, But and also I was a very active kid, like no many near the power. So those times,
It's goalkeeping. What damn I was school team, baby, and I said it was just if you what time I was my dear no but oda go and I say we be mom and I said
that omugo and if you so na I said crack it to a bit now also without much the boss so but boxing there was not part of my life because me quite my dad or how you can become a chef. I never boxing home. Me quite my home boxing gloves that when I was back home.
So after school, I'm technical school, and then we before eventually the opportunity came for you to fly out.
Like I said, it was all about hustling. Nominate one of my brother-in-law was selling trainers shoes in Babio from Mercury. Kumasi, Mercury, now selling Pabo. Then after that, one of my cousins is going Juma was Santi Achimaguko. I was carrying a heavy load like beam, take or we can take care of forest now you loading place. Then we pack them in a big truck container and we ship them to overseas like Europe, India, Americas and stuff like that. So I was doing everything it will help me to look after myself and my family. Yeah.
So at what point did the opportunity come for you to fly out?
Around 2012, and when it came up, obviously the opportunity came up once, like we all know. So once it's come up, I was like, why not? Big city. Let me go and see how it goes. So I came here, and there was nobody nobody here I know.
How did it happen? Is it a case that you knew someone and you got invited, or I mean, how did you go from Kumasi to about an opportunity there, and maybe you'll be invited to and I said, "Bibina."
No. Charlie, everyone go a dream. What you say? Everyone, what you way there, your dream is maybe just say your dream is maybe to travel to maybe big city like New York or maybe California to continue your life there. You don't know anybody. You don't need to have, or you don't need to know someone there. What I say. So as long as you work, you have the capacity, you have amount to look after yourself. Charlie, answer, you need to go. What I say. So I said to myself, listen, baby, I'm a I'll go. So Brabby, and then me nimno. I will chrome her. I mean, I'll catch him. Oh, let me know, Freezy. When you come, I'll come and meet you in our airport. So I was very excited. But when I get to Heathrow Airport, he turned me off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he turned me off. After my friend cried, my friend I could see home phone. I can't remember. And no. Home, their home phone.
Okay.
Yeah, house phone. And Madame be picking what you looking for. And I'm body penetration. Was it one of the I was like, oh shit.
So how did you survive your early days in the UK? With all these challenges,
that is a good question. Yeah, because me buy say now my friend will be all Ghana and now on the friend I down for be all Okromoa and Nipan me now check akra be 2 hours and Nipan be fan free airport then me buy for a ban ho. No say how the this is how the life is in the UK. You got to pay bills, you got to this guy one more inside the pyramid that kind of nama then it came to the point that I need to move out from the house. Because UK life Ghana, if you know something to do, you just enter there and say, oh, please, I'm looking for a job. You know what I'm saying? You need to go all the process and here your documents and stuff like that. So it take, bro, Charlie, any bread. And even at some point, I met Uncle Bia or Munim, my papa. They grew up with my father in that village, Bima. So they try to help me, but in the part there, once you grow up, you need your own freedom, you know. Sure. And I get out from them, and I get my own place, and then my own place. It end up so bad. Then, bro, I end up sleeping in the bars, on the street, in McDonald's, you know, and a whole lot happened, Charlie. Nipa bread, but obende, yeah,
So at what point did the boxing dream start?
2015 to 16. Let me wait on the packet of boxers. That is the boxing fight I'm sure. Yeah, I was like, me boxing with the bam. And then I may wear that would Johnny start checking me. I said, my way the meet my junior. So I just saying just like that, you know. And Madam said, no, bro, these guys are different. They are different level. I'm saying, no, I can't, because one thing about me say, I'm always say, I that is my motto.
Okay.
You know, I always said, Ajuma being who I mean to me, Ajuma, because Ajuma being who I mean to me, is Ajuma, I will do it because Mekai, Brahma, Bima, Masua, Timba, Masua, like, to me, got trek, Equa did that one thing, be to say, be a Techima near Tom, in Kumuni, any phenomenon, I've been there before, you know, so it's part of hustler, it's part of me. So I was like, there is no job, I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? So, in some point, you know, 2017, I started boxing, and I'm a core. Nipa class one Jimmy Sika and I'm the Bible registered Jimmy because he asked me how old are you, and I said 27. He said, nah, that's too late, bro. Let me tell you the truth. You can't be a good boxer, bro. Yeah. I said, why not? He said, we start boxing at the age of 9, 10. Look at these kids. Obusa and crying. So more 10 years, 9 years. They say, you see, you can't do it. You're too old for this shit. Sorry.
So how did you feel when they told you that you were too old to start a boxing career? I said for you were just determined to do it. So I think them can cry out here.
And then one can last word none one can. Yeah, the all kind of cry to meet you. And one can man say the more kind of cry. Man say the more kind because now my mother say I will do it. And one thing about me is if I want to do something or I want to achieve something, the only thing it can make me stop from your side as a friend or someone who try to get me down is, Charlie, you can't do it. When you can't you can't do it now. And you can any one can cry, I will do it. That is my thing. Me I did not I did with it, you can't do it. You fail. Oh boy. I will show you say I can do it. I did not mean I do what yet. I distribute. What you say, but we are saying, man, who say, and you school can't many pay for, and then many pay. What you say, in lie, and how smart you are and clever you are, you can be successful. You know, so yes, I mean, my thing, me call and say, but one now also one Jessica, and then later on, me buy any papa friend or so. All right, I'll take the money. Then I start from there and I start training as an amateurs. Then yet, me job crying right hand and yet be Charlie. But starting I was doing cleaning jobs, like cleaning some churches, you know, changing beans, stuff. Or that was my job. I was doing it every day. Then later on, the imagine said, but now my job we call it key job. I don't know, say what can be a key job? But key job here, I do my say the fancy I have an office. Me two more me key back on me the cleaner. It was also bad. No, about being a Juma, so he got one of my key from my office. What you said, I'm a key job to do. But at any time, be a dependent free office be. So we have called it key job to be called Makoya. Was soon as a gentleman, you big a cry. Up to me, the chairman that can be so my brewa.
Now, we training. I side jobs in so.
Yeah. Work on work that you need a night shift. Juma be on a night shift. We gym the beside the court, Masako night shift. Me koban, back to gym. Bro, I was like, I don't know. Honestly, we need the chasing me, but I can feel like say I want to be, I can be someone great. What you say, but it's like I'm chasing. I say, you like you chasing the greatness. That yes, that is how I can say. That is saying much. Actually, I say, minna. What yes, even sometimes we walk around me call Juma instead some for bus and we walk around 9 miles. Me for bus. Me call me backpack. Me boxing boots. Me club. Me boxing outfit. Everything in the bag. Now me run this work. Me come more shower so na my shower na my start Juma. Go a share for no motion. Me so strong with you. Wonder. Because na me a kitchen porter. Na me room kuku near the idea. Through kitchen porter, no, I work so hard and I become a chef.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So at what point now unya sa breakthrough? So Charlie now you got signed onto a record onto a label and you were billed for professional bout. When did that happen?
Me you call me kind of say you call a yibi boxing show be boxing show like how they call it I say boxers for in Akushia. So yeah matchmaker, they try to match. They obviously they have a boxing event coming, so they're looking for boxers. It's so much I'm say yo spar this guy. It's you only cause not matching fight or make you fight and happy or show us no, this guy is not good for you. You're gonna fight this guy. So no, or make things down. He dropped things down. It's there was a one guy it was like 30 kg different. I was like 81 and he was like 115 kg. Right? He was sitting there and this guy looked so upset. He looked like he's ready to fight. It required him catch them when the organizer and said, can I fight this guy? But I'll catch him and said, no, this guy, bro, are you mad? Look at his size. He's a heavyweight. Why do you want to fight that guy? And obviously I'm a light heavy. You know, so there is a difference with the divisions. Yes. You know, so they don't want guy to fight me because if you do that, you can get damaged because I'm fighting. For example, if I'm going to fight Anthony Joshua, obviously it's so wrong because of size different, right? So one fan mame and was will be nam console in the barbecue, and I'm so right, cool. It will be my then I really handle the guy. Or catch him say, now use your one hand to spar the guy, right? So, and this time I was still doing the amateur, you know, I was doing the amateur. Then, then the guy came up in the ring. He hit me and he pissed me off. I went inside and boom, I knocked him off. I'll send you that video if you haven't seen the clip. When I knocked him out, and the way the combination, everything comes, strength and anger, aggressive, and everything, boom, I knocked him out, and then everyone film it, and people start to share it, and it's go viral, and it go everywhere. And then the following week, guess who posted? 50 Cent.
Wow.
50 Cent posted the video, and everyone tagged me under the comment. He said, "Yo, this guy is freezing." That time I was my followers in Instagram. I was nobody. I was like 300 or 3,000. Then 50 years I'm now for follow post tagging me thing was said. Then I wake up and my followers went up. Boom! It go up like 15K. I was like, wow. Then I got an interview from Sky News. I was like, then they was like, why you actually British Mike Tyson? That is where I got that name.
Yeah.
Then it started, meet British Mike Tyson, meet British Mike Tyson. Then the name stuck, and everyone's talking about. If you up to date, when you go to Google, you type British Mike Tyson, you will see who will come first. And the honor, that moment, I know that, wow, now I know who I am, so I'm not going to sleep.
You know, I mean, Mike Tyson needs no introduction when it comes to boxing. So, for you, someone with the kind of story you have, how did it feel for you to be tagged the British Mike Tyson? You know what I was saying?
It feels great because he's the guy I look up to.
Okay.
I watch him. I watch his fight. I watch how he jab. I watch how he punch people. I watch his anger fight in the ring. I love it. I love it. And one of the things I love about him is his boxing skills, which is pickable. You know, put your hand up, move your head, come inside, and that. And I love that. And his height and my height is a bit higher than me. I'm 5.8. You know, and he was like, I think 5.10 or 11, something like that. You know, so it fits me. You know, and obviously, so I was like, yeah, I want to be. I want to learn his skills. You know. And see, it was cool, but no share me thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. My bad. No share me thing. Maybe a Jumano and mommy question. I mean that because we will say, wow, I can see myself like in the future. And things are gonna get better.
But so, when did you get your first? When did you get signed onto a label, a promotion, and when did you get your first bout? How did it come about?
Yeah, me come amateurs now. My first amateur, I knocked the guy out 25 seconds, right? And then the next one, I lost. I keep losing. I lost 4 loss by points, you know. And one of me lost, and I got emotional because I worked so hard. I said, you enjoy something, you do something, but okona and kuyema. What you say? Like, oh, what? Then I changed gym. When I changed gym, I switched gym to another gym. Then that gym called Double Jab Boxing Gym. That up to date, that is the fastest knockout in that gym. That is 9 seconds. I can send you that video. And they gave me a certificate for that. I went there, boom. I was like, wow, and doctors look after him and that, you know. So that was so altogether, I think I have like 18 amateur fight. You know, and I become 2019, I'm sure 2017 or 19, I become a Haringey boxing gold medal. That is another competition. Be a or fighting for 3 days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You got to win all. Ulusua, you're out. And I did that and I won all of it. You know, so all these things, you know, it built me up. And normally my it's not that sorry, yeah, now we will be able to and right now we didn't have no, there is a whole lot you got to go. But I like the type of interview you're doing because you try to dig and know who is this guy, where he has been, why he become who he is now, why his name is trending. People don't look at that way. Everyone thinking, oh, Freezy McBones, British Mike Tyson. Now they even call Africa Mike Tyson. Now Ghana Mike Tyson. I don't even know. Everyone can call me whatever they want. That's cool. But people don't know why you become that. What makes you that? A lot of things pushing me. One, where I come from, my mom, obviously, I spreading my family side to you. Charlie, baby, if you What you say? It's social point.
No, because I saw a tweet someone saying that they could feel the hunger and the determination and the commitment in the punches you were throwing. I said, when you say Charlie, we need Majuma, we na I didn't be doing it. So it will be a shame. So punching in pan, I said, everything goes in. You don't leave anything out.
Oh, no, was great.
Yeah.
Bibia, when the nominee me for an interview, it was funny. He said, "Now, Chadiana, what to say? Now, I will be a matter press. I think Kusia Bre. Now, what the Mama be see? I'll because of Minjao, I'll be you." What do you say? So it's part of the process. So that one is there in terms of the, and also the honor na a normal chassis kakra bidini kosrono, and Buhuman reach out to me. Buhuman is a brand, is like a Nike. This is their outfit, and they look if I need a clothing outfit, I say even if you look at my pictures, they didn't like the same brand. Buhuma. They are my sponsorship. It's have a nine coupon man so then I think next kaka krabi super up and I'm in Kojuma beam go from Kuku Mubium. But when you say Ghana for me, one more.
Yeah.
It's the kitchen, no, not me kitchen. Honestly, I love kitchen because it's like a meditate. That it helped my mind to grow. Even that because of the kitchen, that's where now I got business going on. It's called Freezy Snacks. So check your social media. We call it Freezy Food. It's like a plantain chips. And now I'm gonna do jollof rice as well. So the whole I love kitchen. I love being busy in the kitchen, like I told you. All this kind of idea. I have my own brand going on right now.
Okay. So it's latest about here, I mean, everyone is talking about. How did you get to that level, and what going into the fight? What was the mindset?
Yeah, before this fight, it's like almost like 4 years. We'll be on the street. When are you fighting? When are you fighting? The Instagram, when are you fighting? Because it's like people want to see me fight. People want to see what I got. People want to see what I have because they see me sparring like professional people, great people, but they don't have a chance to see me on the main big show. It's a normal delay. Then last November, I supposed to have my first professional fight on November, but I broke my hand and I got injury and it got canceled. Then last month, 10th of March, I got my first bout. Then I stopped the guy, Woodley. His name is Woodley. Yeah, I think so. I stopped him in the second round, 10 seconds. I stopped him. So this one, 2 days, Tokoya on 2 days. Now your friend say, second bout. Okay, I say. Now the man here, he said, this guy, he's very tough guy. He got 113 fights, and he lose more of it. Honestly, he lost a lot of his fight. But the thing about him is that he's one of the toughest guy in boxing in UK, which is journeyman and stuff like that. So he know more about the ring. He know how to take a punch. He know how to. So when in my mind, me, I just say, so Aquari, he know more about the ring than me because he started boxing. Let me remember what I say. And now I get the opportunity. So if you go in like you get jab, move your head, jab. Now this guy is gonna get away with it. So I'm not going there to play with him. I'm going there to beat him like a thief.
The way you went all offensive, I think there have been a lot of praises for you as well. The others also feel that the way you fight is too amateurish and you still have some grooming to do. How do you feel about the criticism? Of course, the praises are allowed. I mean, but there are others who also feel that you still have a long way to go before getting to the top. How do you feel about those things? So who's our comments in India?
If you do something and you don't have people to talk about it, that means you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
You need people to talk about you. You need people to talk good, bad. It's all good. It's all come together. You know, like I said, I started boxing at the age of 27. And if I'm meet me at
Sure.
So I assume I move them. Now, I feel I'm opportunity fighting on the platform. So now I catch them say, oh, the way I fighting the won't come baby. And I had my cousin me baby. No, I'm doing me, bro. I'm enjoying my boxing. I'm enjoying what I want. What you say? And one thing about I don't listen to what people say. I don't focus on that. I do me. When I came back, I watched the fight. I see things I need to do to make myself happy, not what the others saying. I always focus on myself. I always put myself first, and I always make sure I'm comfortable for what I'm doing.
Okay, but of course, Ghana, for instance, there was history of, producing great boxers. The likes of Azuma, Joshua Kulete, those guys, they need no introduction when it comes to training boxing coaches. Are you going to reach out some of these people? Maybe Azuma, maybe Uber send you a video and say, oh, senior man, what they're sharing, maybe I'm advice, maybe. And now, for now, we know with team,
No,
focused on.
Sorry, no. Boxing is like politics. You don't see MPP goes on this to get information or idea or head. Yeah. Right? I start where I am, me and my team, me and my coach. If it doesn't go well, we plan together what next, what we should do, what that, right? And we bring what we have learned to the public, and the public will see. So I don't need they all kind. I still have respect for them. They are goats. They are legend. They are up there. I have love for them, right? But everyone, I keep myself to myself. I do me. Yeah, so I just want the best for myself, and I have my team, and we keep growing. We're growing, Charlie. Remember, I started boxing 27, bro. 27, brother. What you are saying? I got nothing to lose. Like I said in the interview, I got nothing to lose. Every step in my life right now is a blessing. I'm a winner.
Sure.
So, yeah, keep going, brother.
But what's the biggest objective for you? What do you want to achieve at the end of it all?
Biggest of what?
Your biggest objective in boxing.
I want to have a title. But this year at least I need to have like 6-5 for year or 5-5. So next year I can start having a title. What did the mission I say? Yeah. Everything will come. I don't look at the big I look at the big picture. That's the dream. I don't look at big top like WBC, IBF. No, we start from here to go here, step by step, 1 to 2. We don't jump from 1 to 4. What I say? So right now I stay focused. Now my real 2-5, 2 win. Woo, that's beautiful. Next one, manager when next month, please, you are out. Let's go. Give me the date. Okay, give me the event. There say, give me the opponent. Let's go. I win it. Next one, go. That is my thing. I don't jump. I don't look at so far like that. You know what I'm saying? Step by step, you build yourself up, and everything will come. Everything.
Your story is like a big inspiration. I mean, what would you say to people from similar backgrounds like you? And then what should they take from your story?
Yeah, what I would say is like, never give up in life. Never say, so what I say, and that time you can't even get close to him, because I've seen a lot of people, they treat people like a shit, like nothing. They don't respect them, And right now, for example, myself, I'll give myself example. I know a few people, they put me wrong. They don't respect. They don't do nothing. In terms of humanity, they don't respect what you are saying, because so they look down to you. But now I've become someone. Just a few times, people started to be nice to you. That is the big thing people need to learn. Always respect people and treat people according to how you want you to be treated. You feel me? That's the thing. And another one, don't let your position you live in now judge you like you're not going to make it, or you can't be somebody great. No, it's possible. And don't let anyone decide your life to you. Your life is in your hand. Your life is like a movie. You are director, you are actor, you are this, you are cameraman, you are this. You need to control everything, right? Don't let anyone tell you because you're too old, so you can't do this, you can't do this. No, it's possible, brother. You can do it. You can do it. Me, like a crazy coming from somewhere, nowhere, no hope, bro. If you are crazy, so crazy, be declared so annoying. Now, this is my name, sisters, me call for this, and that form say, yes, sir, yeah, swap aside the buffet, ya copy bunch, be the business so the china go home. What you say?
Yeah.
Me, and all this thing, I don't want to talk about it because me can't. It's a memory, like it's a picture. What you and I am emotional. What you say? Because now, me time free ho abaha nene, Charlie, and then sorry, cry me team did cry because Joy FM, TV, Kesben, TV today, here. Now I'm like, it's crazy. It's like a dream. You know, it's possible. Whatever you go in there, whatever you thinking, go for it. Because sometimes so much there will be a better challenge. No, and can't show you. Just do your job. Do your thing. Be you. You know, but the most important thing is that be faithful to yourself and be true to yourself. Just boxer. Be true to yourself. But everyone got story. Oh, any independent do baby, on person you say chrome for that be media January. Oh, now I know as a bro. No, Charlie. We crossing you know what you are saying, yeah, baby didn't know so at training was also the said it.
I mean, thank you very much for sharing your touching, emotional, and your great story with GhanaWeb. All the best to you and your career, and I hope to see you at the very top. Thank you very much for speaking to GhanaWeb. All right, so this is GhanaWeb, this is Sports Check, and I'll be speaking to Frizzy Mark Bones. So we'll come here with another edition.
Is that looking at the economy is very hard. There's no work for the youth. We are struggling to get something to, you know, manage ourselves.
Akufo-Addo's government has been on a journey of expanding the country's tax base. One of the most recent ones is a 10% tax on earnings from lotteries, games of chances, or what we call sports bettings. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Echi Atisu. We are here in Dome, Pillar 2. We're speaking with some young men who have been engaged in the act of betting, which is very popular. Let's speak to some of them. This is Richard. Richard, you are the one who penned the statement from the Concerned Bettors Association of Ghana. Okay, tell me, what exactly is the motivation to have penned that letter?
Yeah, the motivation is that looking at the economy is very hard. There's no work for the youth. We are struggling to get something to, you know, manage ourselves. So street boys have been struggling to get something to go and try their luck, to get something to establish themselves. So if you are putting a 10% tax on betting, those who are betting, is something which is very bad, because already they have taxed the company. So if you are taxing those who are into betting, that is very bad.
It sounds like this is beyond just the monies you get. I want us to more or less understand where all of this is coming from. Why betting is such a big deal for all of you. Abednego, you also bet, right? Why do you actually bet?
Just to multiply my income. Yes.
So that's to say that the income you get already is not, it's not enough for you?
Not at all.
At all?
Not at all.
At all?
Not at all.
Pablo, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Because let's take it. Last year, we were our fare was increased multiple of times. Like
that's our fuel, right?
Yeah, it was increased, and it affected our fare. So let's take it. I'm being paid 400 cedis a month, and I save 50 cedis every month out of my salary. And now it has been what? The fares has been increased several times, like 4 times or 5 times in that year. So if I'm earning that 50 cedis, I'm saving that 50 cedis for maybe to get a business being done. And now, because of the multiplier of the fares and things that are being, the economy we are all facing, then that means that 50 cedis I can save.
So that's to say that for you, it's being able to balance the increase in livelihoods,
yes,
and all of that. Levite, you also bet. Yeah. I want to find out, how long have you been betting?
For 4 years now, I would say.
4 years? Well, that's a long time. And that means that you've made a lot of money between the period?
Quite.
Sizable amount. Yeah. And you also agree with the likes of Pablo and Richard that this is to add up to your income?
Yeah, very true. Because, for instance, I'm a student, and it's not all the time that you can go to your parents for money. And right now, you don't have a really legit certificate for a job, so you can't get really a big job, that can fetch you enough income. So this is what we do, quite safe, And if you read the letter, things were captured in. If the government go ahead to implement this 10% on this winnings, then guys will go back to the dubious way of, getting money, which is very bad. So I think the government already is not, employing a lot of youths, and this gambling has made us, get something for ourselves and all that. So I think already we are paying tax. When you transfer mobile money from your account to your bet account, there's deduction. When you win, you transfer it from your bet account to your mobile money account. Even when you transfer it to your bank account, still there's deduction. So
the government is making an argument that they want to expand the tax margins in the country, and betting seems like a very big area now, which is where a lot of monies are coming from. You've admitted that you got a lot of money from there. Is that not the case?
I agree.
Francis, you also agree, because he has been doing this for 4 years. You as well, how long have you been?
Been betting is around 7 years.
You be like you be the Methuselah for betting inside.
That's right. Yesterday like this, I made a bet sent to one of my guys. He staked the bet 300 cedis and he won 1,600. Oh, wow. Right. So if he took his 300 out, he make a profit 1,003. So if government, you wanted to take a tax 10%, but through the company of the bet, you tax them 25%. Either they win or they lose, you tax them 25%. So how can you wanted to tax the youth? We are struggling because no job. We are just struggling. I just win a bet to set my business. I employ people. I pay taxes.
You and I had an informal conversation before we started this, and you said you got the money to start your business from betting. That must have been some big cash, because I don't see, is betting that lucrative?
Yeah, if I don't stick, if I'm sticking bet, sometimes stick bet 1,000 Ghana or 500.
And that gives you a return of how much?
Sometimes I lose. So if government wanted to tax me 10%, so if you want to try to tell me that if I place a bet, I didn't win, you want to try, I should keep trying. If I win, then you take that 10%. No, that's not making sense to me at all.
That's an interesting, very, very interesting analogy you create there. This is Jupiter. Jupiter, you as well. You look like the calmer person, but I want to suspect that you are also as involved in betting as much as possible. How well or not is this betting thing for you? Because it seems everybody else agrees. Do you also think that it's like the best thing for a young man like you now?
Yeah, I think there is no job opportunity and the youth are struggling. And moreover, we are creating a chance for ourselves. And I want to ask the government, if you lose the bet, is it going to replace our money which we involve in the betting for the youth? That's what I want to ask the government.
How much or how many times does a person lose a bet? No, maybe for you. Let's take a situation. Yeah.
For me, I try and then try over and over. If I don't win, I try, and it's not all that. It's not all that time that you win the bet. So I want to.
I get your point, Richard. You have also been betting for long. You are like the boss here. Yeah. What's the highest, if you can tell me, that you've ever staked bet?
My highest stake.
Sometimes. What's the highest money you put into a bet?
Sometimes 500, 1,000, 700, and from 1,000 below.
So you've not done anything above 1,000 cedis. I see. Now, this is quite an interesting thing. All of you, or a number of you, have said that this is because there are no jobs. What kinds of areas or what kind of jobs are you looking out for that the issues of betting is solving now, that maybe perhaps the state authority should be looking at?
They should create jobs for the youths.
What kind of jobs are we
that they can
about?
pay, that they can pay well. Not that you create job that you pay 500, 600. No, because somebody can use 100 Ghana, stake, get about 50,000.
And that's from the comfort of their home.
Yes, and that 50,000, you can use that 50,000 to establish yourself. Like my brother is saying, he have won and used that money to establish this one and employ many people that he's paying tax here. So the betting is helping us a lot. So the government should rather pray for us to win and use the money wisely to do something so that they can tax the thing that we are using the money for.
Francis, you run the business. It's a barbering shop? Yes, okay. How many people do you employ?
How many seats over here?
So there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4, there's 5. I think there's
I
another.
have to use 6 baht because of 5. Okay. My other shop has 7 workers over there.
So plus this. So that's like 14?
Yes. So I used to pay that. I pay taxes too. So I want to ask the government that the bets of the company, right? You tax them, right? And I heard that they said we the youth, we are lazy. We don't want to work. So that's why we are sticking the bet. So I wanted to, if they want the youth to stop sticking the, then they should stop the bet company.
But is betting a lazy job?
It's not a lazy job. It's not easy. It's not.
Tell me how difficult or not.
It's not a lazy job. It's not easy to tell me that maybe Man City or Manchester. You said, oh, Man City will win. I'm not the one going to play the ball. It's just the confidence I have. I have confidence Manchester will win, and I just put my money on it. And Manchester won, and you say, oh, Manchester have won, so the money have won. So I have to, if maybe I stick a bet, maybe 1,000 cedis, maybe I'll do maybe 2 odds, 1,000 cedis, I win 2,000. If I win 2,000, if I take my 1,000 out, I made profit 1,000 cedis. So government want to tell me that my 1,000, you take 10% out of it.
But 10% is it so much?
It's too much. You want to take 10%?
It's not so much. It's actually too much.
Too much. So I wanted to ask, okay, if I didn't win, so government want to try to tell me I should keep trying. I should keep trying. So if I don't have money, I'll go and still going to use it to stick a bet. Or am I lying?
Which is not something any of us wants. Levite, you are in school. Doesn't betting take you away from your books?
No, not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Because I feel the sense that you have to spend a lot of time on your phone and do all the permutations. It doesn't take you away from your books.
No. Right now, it's much easier to place a bet. Gone are the days you have to go to the betting centers to, place your bet. But now, in the comfort of your home, anywhere you are, you can place it. And now there are a lot of odds platforms. On Telegram, you can get on WhatsApp, Facebook, on Twitter.
So it's not just on the apps that...
No, you can get odds from places. People even sell them. If you trust them, you send your money, they give you the odds and you place it.
Oh, that's new to me. Interesting.
Yeah, people sell the odds. So it's not really time consuming. And if you know what you're doing, you just do it and you're done.
Richard, I want to come back to you because you are the one who heads the group. How big of a market, let me call it that, is the betting market? How many people, just give me a number, actually, maybe Dome, how many people do you think actually engage in betting?
I can say it's a lot. We are many here.
When you say a lot, can you give me a figure?
Like,
Abednego, you seem to have a number.
More than 70%.
70% of the
people
indigents here in Dome.
Yes. And if you take Ghana, the whole country, we are about more than 80% of the population. Big men.
Interesting. Ministers?
Yes. They have been calling us for us and all that. I know ministers who have been calling for us. Big people have been calling me for us. And I've been giving
Richard, I want us to get this. You've had a minister call you?
Yeah, of course.
A minister of state? And they want
people. Yeah, big people. People have been, we know them. They have been calling us. I can't mention names, you know. They have been calling for us Friday, Saturday, Sunday. My phone, forget it. They have been calling for us. Can you give him 10 us? I have 5,000. I need 10 us. I need 5 us. I've been doing for them. So
you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm trying to make a point here. Let's say, let's take this month for example. If I try, let's say throughout the month, and I win once, it means I lost more than what I win. If I lose 1,000 cedis, I can win 500 cedis. If you take 10% out of it, am I making gains or losses? I'm losing.
So there's also the whole question about, just so that we get this into more perspective. Yes. The decision to bet is left to you. When the government wants to tax, like they do for everything. In fact, they're having conversations about things like even sanitary pads that are taxed. And I'm trying to just establish why bets should not be taxed at all. Because if you lose, is that not your decision to have gone into it and you lost?
Yes. So do they care about how I make money to bet? Are they interested in that? They are not interested in my losses. I try more than, let's say today, for example, I spent more than 50 cedis already. I don't know how much I'm going to make at the end of the day. So if, let's say, I spent 50 cedis and then I won, let's say 200 cedis, profit of 150 cedis, you take 10% out of it. Where am I going?
Jupiter, you were saying something. I'll come to you, Francis. Jupiter, you were saying something that they're having pastors.
Yeah, they're having pastors who are calling for odds and even into betting.
You know any pastor? Like
yeah, I know, but
a man who is clerical.
Yeah, clerical.
And they come to you for.
Well,
what would be the motivation for a pastor to leave his faith and his trust in God, who is able to do all things, to come and ask you for?
Yeah, because there are some pastors who said betting is not a sin. I even debated on that with a pastor. He said it's not a sin. Yes.
There's a story of Jesus actually sacking people from the temple because they were gambling. Is that not the same thing? And the pastor says it's not.
Oh, but I emphasize on the betting, and they said betting is not a sin. Yeah.
Very interesting. Francis,
I wanted to ask the government that I hope it tax the company of the bet. So if you wanted to tax us, then just go to the bet and tell them, okay, maybe that 20% I used to tax you people, I want to increase it. Because if the bet people, if they are not making profit, then they have to go. They are making profit. That's why they are more coming. They are making profit. So if government is the bet of making profit, you think the youth, now we the youth, or we are into betting, so you wanted to tax us. No, that one, I'm not.
Are you for an outright no tax, or you think that it is just too much?
No, me, I can. If I want to say, if we are sticking the bet, government, you don't have to tax us. Because at all, because
not even a percent.
Because if I wanted to deposit into my bet account, e-levy, you would deduct me. If I win bet, I took the money, deposit into my account, you take your percentage. So why the bet company you not increase their money you used to tax them? If you tax them, the bet people don't want to reduce their odds, we are okay.
Levite.
I believe not taxing bet earnings, I think we can't say he shouldn't tax.
So you agreed at least some tax should be on it?
At least.
So give me a figure.
From 1 to 3. Because according to the Ghana Revenue Authority, you are supposed to pay as you earn. That's the pay as you earn. And that one it has to be paid monthly. But the government is telling me if one day I have 10 slips and I win, he's taking 10% from each slip. That's not right. When we are paying as we are winning, or we are paying as we are earning, that one, even that analogy, it fits in, but it shouldn't be daily. When he's taxing us, he should tax us monthly according to the pay as you earn. And even with the income tax, we pay on year assessment. The whole income you get in a year, we assess it and we deduct. But the government is not doing that. He's taxing us daily, every single day. When you have 50 slips and we win all, he's taking 10% from each slip. And I don't think it's right.
Okay. All right. So apart from Francis, I don't get a clear understanding of what exactly all of you use. But this question will go to everyone. I'll start with you, Richard. What do you use your income from betting for?
I was able to get taxi and Uber, and I have a boutique which I've been operating.
All in your name?
Yeah.
I bet nego.
Yes, a plot of land in my name.
You bought a
from
land?
betting. Yes.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And Pablo, how about you?
Me, I just started show for almost 2 years now.
Hey, that's just started?
Yes.
2 years is just started?
But it has really helped me because my income I work and receive is not to write home about.
I see. And then Jupiter?
I just entered.
You two just entered? How long is it just entered? Now
not quite ago.
Which is how long?
2 months ago.
Oh, 2 months. You were a baby. So at least. But have you won something?
Yeah.
You've won something in the last 2 months. And Francis, you are the one who has a business. Yeah. But apart from that, what other thing do you?
Through this bet, I had a land I built 2 bedrooms for my mom is staying inside right now because of betting.
That's interesting. Yes. So now you don't even need to work in a corporate world or anything.
No,
you can do betting all your life.
No, I'm still hustling.
You're still hustling. Levite, you are in school. Do you use the money to pay fees or something?
No, my fees there for my.
It's sorted.
It's sorted. But I've been able to rent. I've moved out from the hostel.
Okay.
Yeah, so through betting, I've been able to rent my own place.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, very.
All right. So, well, we're still on the conversation. We are at Dome Pillar 2, and we're just discussing the whole new tax of 10% for winnings on lotteries or games of chances for all the betting people, anyone who bets at all. The government now wants to tax a 10% tax on whatever your earnings are. When we return, we'll go more into the conversation. All right, so we're still here with some young guys in Dome Pillar 2. We are discussing the issue of betting and the government's new 10% tax on all winnings from lotteries and games of chances. Now, Francis, we had an informal conversation before we returned. I just want to hear it. You say you introduced someone. Who is that person?
Oh, I introduced my girlfriend to bet.
So when you introduce her, tell me.
It's not that every day. Maybe sometimes if maybe I do a bet, maybe if I know that this bet is strong bet, I have confidence this bet, I'll just give it to him. Stick this amount. Or sometimes I'll send him money. This amount, stick it. Don't reduce it.
And so you mentioned that you have more than an app for betting. How many apps do you use?
I have Betway.
Okay.
I have SportyBet. I have M-Sport. And I have SuperBet.
That's 4. That's 4. And all of these bring you some returns.
Yes.
That's very interesting. Now, I am a very intrigued person. So I'm just wondering, apart from all the things you have told me, Levite, I want to start with you. Is betting addictive?
Very, very, very addictive. If you don't take care, you think that you know you are saving and you have to collect your money back, and that is a very dangerous thing. You try every day and you don't win. The day that you try to, you know, today I'm tired, I won't stick, but maybe you had certain games in your head. That day that games is going to play. You understand? So the next day you don't have any choice than to, you know, stick again. Maybe the day that you say you not stick, that day the bet to play.
Purely a game of chances, right? But you're still in it. You're still in it. Pablo, you're shaking your head. Why are you still in it?
Because
beyond all the fact that it's very addictive.
Yeah, it's addictive, like addicted if you are not careful. But it depends your mindset. It's really risky, like it's a risky work to do. But because of our work, the work that we are doing, the income, we are not getting it. So there's nothing you need to do, because I can't go and steal.
And some of the guys are on their phones. I hope you are not betting whilst we are here. That would have been serious, because I'm already asking about addictions. So if you were doing that right, yeah, I'll be wondering. But beyond the addiction, Richard, is it true that people go for Gbala to do? What I mean by Gbala is they go for juju and all that to do betting.
Yes, I don't believe in those things, but sometimes I hear people saying that. For me like this, somebody have called me, telling me I should come, he will do something for me and you win. But I don't believe in those things.
But does it work?
I'm not sure, because it's about thinking and research. You have to do research about the things and think and pray for favor. Not that you go for somebody to give you some agbala or something. It's about thinking and research.
I see. Yeah. Thinking, research. You people mentioned women, so now I am also wondering how many women actually bet. Do women bet?
Yes.
You apart from your girlfriend?
Yes, a lot.
They bet.
A lot.
Abenego, why you know someone? That's your sister or someone you know bet?
No.
You don't know anyone who bets?
Any lady.
Okay. How about you, Jupiter?
No, I don't know.
You don't know any?
I don't know anyone.
Okay. Levite, you know why? Some of your colleagues.
Yeah, I know.
Your mates
yeah, my classmates, ladies who we are in a group, and I send them out. Yeah, and when they also get some from somewhere, they post it in a group and we all stick it. So a lot of ladies are into bet.
So this is not just a men's thing.
Not at all.
But why does it seem like it's only men who bet?
You see, the ladies, they don't really come out to admit it, but they do.
They do.
Yeah, they come to our DMs and ask for what they do. They really bet.
Yeah. Interesting. Now let's look at the way forward. 10% tax is going to really happen as it is. What would happen when it starts? Richard, let's start.
We are just appealing to the government not to introduce that 10%, because it's something that's going to worry us. Because there's no money in the system. The system is very hot. We are trying to get something from here to go and try our luck, get something big and establish ourselves. So if you are taxing the company and you want to tax me as well, it's something which is very bad.
I asked this question earlier. Do you want an outright no implementation, or you want a reduction?
No implementation.
At all?
At all.
Not at all. So how about you, Abenego? It will happen eventually.
Yes, but if it does, I think it's a lazy way of making money. Yeah, that's what I think.
You think the government is just trying to capitalize on people's smartness and earnings?
Petty company is paying tax. If they are paying tax, I don't know why their customers must be taxed when they earn money from betting. You understand? Because they are not interested in what I'm losing. If I lose 100 cedis today and I'm able to win, let's say 300 cedis tomorrow, and you take 10% out of it, I think that's a lazy way of making money.
Pablo?
Yeah, I think if the tax is being implemented, it will rather bring a lot of criminal activities on the street, because at times I get money out of some of it and I help some of my brothers around. So it limits.
This one will reduce your money eventually.
And it limits the number of people like trying to make money on the street, like attacking people, taking their phones and other things, because they can get help from me. So since they can't get help from me or another person, they'll go back to the street and taking people's phone.
Jupiter, you as well, what would you do? Because like I'm saying, it's really going to happen.
Oh, it's very hurtful if they implement the 10%, because the company is paying the tax of the 10%, and we.
I think the companies pay what, 25?
25. And we, the individual, is paying 10%. It's very hurtful. It's very hurtful. And is the government going to refund our money as we lose or not?
Interesting. Francis, you as well.
If the government know that maybe we make a lot of money in the bet, they need money. They should come inside and try it. That's yes. They should come. The government need money. You should use the country's money to stick a bet and win and use it to. If you know that we are making money, you should come in and try.
All right. All of you speak very passionately about betting and all that. Are you spiritual people? Do you believe in the things of the afterlife? Do you believe in things like that? Now I'm going to ask you a question. If somebody told you that your lives depended on not betting, meaning that if you stopped betting, you would live long, who would go for that gamble? You are shaking your head.
It's not true.
It's not true.
Yes.
Hypothesis. Imagine that was the case.
I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in
things
that?
The only thing that can make you live long is knowing the truth. Yes.
And one of them is betting.
Oh yes.
You have money, you live long.
So far as I'm not stealing the money I used to bet, I make legit money to bet. So it's not affecting anybody. That's not a sin to me.
Levite, how about you? You are told that when you stop betting, you have a good life and everything.
I will stop.
You will stop?
Yeah, I will stop. I think I will.
Is that to say that you actually see yourself one day stop betting?
Obviously. I won't do it till the end of time. Obviously, some way, somehow, along the line, I'll stop.
You stop.
The earlier question you posed to the guys, whether they are for outright no implementation or, as I mentioned earlier, according to the Ghana Revenue Authority, you have to pay as you earn. And we agree that the government can tax us, but the 10% is too much.
Nice.
And even the pay as you earn is supposed to be paid monthly. So if the government is taxing us, he should do it monthly. Calculate all the money we get through betting.
But would that not be the same? Because if I take the money now or I take it later, is that not the same?
Putting my monthly earning there and taking 10%, that is different from taking 10% out of my slip.
Everyone.
In a day, if I have like 10, I have 10 slips and I win all, they are going to take 10% from each slip. And I think it's too much. So maybe from 1%, this is the very first time we are hearing of this. So you shouldn't start from 10. Because if he sees that it's very lucrative, he's going to increase it. Maybe from 10 to 15.
Interesting. All right, I want to thank you all very much, Richard. But before we leave, just a final one. Do you see yourself actually stop betting one day?
Oh yes, for sure.
You want to stop one day?
It's when I make a lot of money from it and establish myself well.
How much is a lot of money?
Right now, if I get like maybe 400,000 or 400,000 from betting now, I'm sure I can use that money to do something which will generate income for me. So I'll stop. And maybe the new ones will come in again.
All right. I'm most grateful to all of you. Thank you, Levite. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Jupiter, Pablo, Abednego, and then Richard. So that has been our conversation here. Betting, 10% tax. Whether it would actually happen or not, we are yet to tell. This has been Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. Remember, you can go to www.ghanaweb.com for news. Until another time, stay safe.
Hello and welcome to yet another exciting edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Mauli Aholemega. On this week's episode, we'll talk about identity theft within the context of SIM swap fraud. My guest is Eric Mensah, and he's the lead for financial crimes and anti-money laundering at the E-Crime Bureau. Eric, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
Thank you very much, Molly.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
How are things going on at the Bureau?
Oh, yes, we are doing very well. In fact, we are seeing some increase in awareness in terms of security awareness, and we are very excited. There are a lot of developments that are going on in the ecosystem from the regulatory side to the private sector and the rest, and we are very excited. We hope that cyber hygiene would go further. Institutions would actually embrace the new era of cybersecurity and securing their systems. And also thanks for inviting us to speak on such an important subject matter.
Eric, thank you too also for welcoming us here. So we want to delve straight into the topic for today, which is identity theft. I see we are beginning to see a rise of these incidents. What exactly is identity theft for those who don't have any idea?
Basically, identity theft, as the name denotes, it's a fraud that someone picks your personal information and then uses it for some fraudulent activity or any illegal activity. So that is identity theft for you. And like I have explained, the criminal will now use your information to do fraudulent stuffs, like, you know, creating a new account. It can also even go to the extent of stealing business information to, you know, create fake business accounts. So that's identity theft. It can be both online or even physical.
Yeah. So just from your point of view, why are we seeing these incidents on the rise? Is that as a result of a lot of more people are using mobile phones and a lot more people are having access to the internet? What contributes to this identity theft?
Identity theft has been on the rise because, of course, people are not aware of the risks that they face, especially online. The mobile phone penetration has gone very high, and it means also that the criminals will also try to, you know, deploy schemes that will target online systems. And of course, because security consciousness is very low, people fall prey to identity theft. And I know that we might be discussing some of the modus operandi and the rest. So I'll just pause here and then we move forward.
Yeah, speaking of pause, we'll just go straight into it. How does one know that the identity has been stolen, and how does this entire identity theft process go for, especially on the criminal end and also the receiver as well?
There are several modus operandi that the criminals use to commit identity theft. First off is something we call phishing. So basically, the criminal try to use either emails or other social media channels to get you to, you know, divulge some personal information about yourself to them. And there have been a couple of instances where people's identity had been stolen through the phishing scheme, and at the end of the day, it ends up the criminals using their accounts to, you know, fraudulently acquire some worth or funds from their clients. Aside the phishing, criminals also, you know, engage with insiders. When I say insider, it means that people that have access to personal information about people. Okay, so they engage with them and they procure some of this identity theft identities from them. There is also something we look at, we talk about, that is data breaches. It has come up a lot, and you see big social media organizations falling prey to data breaches. So, of course, criminals are able to get personal information from that angle, and they'll use that to, you know, fraudulently, you know, defraud people. So those are some of the angles. Even sometimes we have seen that there are instances where physically criminals steal identity documents of people
and they use that to
physically. You mean like when they steal your phone or something?
So they can steal your phone. They can even steal your ID cards.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's say your Ghana card or whatever card that you use, they steal it. Of course, it has your name and IDs numbers on them. So they steal them and they use that to commit fraud.
That's very interesting, Eric. But I want to understand. When I was doing my research, I saw something about SIM swap fraud. Is it in correlation to identity theft, or it's just a certain model of identity theft? If you can give us an explanation on that.
SIM swap basically is a criminal going to a telco or using other means to, take your phone number from you. So they go to the telco. Typically, one modus operandi that we've seen, they pre-test and act as if they are you, and tell them to swap your number from that particular SIM card to another SIM card. So they do that mainly because, right now there is that rise in the use of mobile financial services and the rest. So if they are able to do the SIM swap, they are able to use those numbers to receive OTPs, two-factor authentication codes and the rest, to be able to proceed with their fraud. Okay, so that is what SIM swap is. Now, how does this come into play when it comes to identity theft? It's a chicken and egg kind of situation. Some criminals can use identity theft to swap SIM.
Wow.
So that means that they impersonate you and go to the telco. They pretend they are you with your information, and they use that information to swap your SIM. The other angle is they can also go to the telco, speak to them, swap your SIM, and then with your SIM number in their hands, they can do the identity theft. They can impersonate you, take money from your accounts and the rest.
That's a very sinister move. Yeah, but Eric, I've been learning quite a lot from you. I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. I've been speaking with Eric Mensah, and he's the lead for financial crimes and anti-money laundering at the E-Crime Bureau. We've been talking about identity theft and how to combat the menace. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break on BizTech. I've been speaking with Eric Mensah, and he's a lead for financial crimes and anti-money laundering at the E-Crime Bureau. Eric, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you about identity. I've been learning quite a lot, but one thing that strikes my mind is I've been seeing people, mobile money numbers being hacked, where they will receive a message from somebody saying, join us on this mobile money number and all of that. Is this in the context of identity theft?
Very well. Of course, it's in a context. The reason being that these criminals are now trying to mimic the telecommunication organizations. So they will typically send you a message, and you realize that the user ID of the message tries to mimic a name of a telco. And when you look at it critically, you realize that no, it is not the exact name. Yes. There are some letters that have been added to it. So it falls squarely within the context of identity theft. Okay, and what we advise is that when it comes to some of these messages, when people receive them, they should be cautious, because of course, I don't want to mention the name of any telco here, but when you get messages from such people, you can even look at the grammar of those messages, and you know that no, this is not from the telco. So they should be cautious.
Now, Eric, let's come to the economy. What is the danger of this specific type of fraud, and what are the potential impacts on the economy?
One of the very direct impacts is financial loss. Of course, when there is identity theft, finances oftentimes, per our analysis,
is involved. Let me give you a typical trend that we have seen at eCrime. That's WhatsApp account takeover. Now, what we have realized is that criminals then take over people's WhatsApp account, and I mean sometimes these people have good reputation, and when they take over their WhatsApp accounts, they now share into groups that they belong into. That, oh, I'm doing some investment, and send some money to me, and your money will double, your money will triple, and all that. And when they do that, per our analysis and some reports that we have received, there are lots of people that have lost huge sums of money to that, because they believe that the person who is sending them that information is the genuine person that they know. Unknowing to them, it's the person's WhatsApp account that has been compromised, and the criminal now sending messages in the name of that person. So that is very direct impact that we have seen, financial loss. Another angle is emotional and psychological distress. Of course, it's very demoralizing if you see that your identity has been used for an illegal activity, and this is something that we would have to take note of as citizens. It's really, really critical. Another key thing that I want to talk about is about the pressure on the economy. When I say pressure on the economy, yes, it sounds very huge. But you see, recently in Ghana, there are things that are happening around identity theft. And the regulators, the telcos, and the powers or stakeholders that are now, they will have to now spend a lot of money to put in structures and systems to be able to manage the situation. So it's also an impact. It's a danger that we have seen. Another key thing I would like to add is the loss of trust and confidence in online and financial systems. Of course, if things like this are happening, the general populace will lose trust in online systems, because they know that somebody can quickly and smartly steal their identities and use that for an illegal activity.
Eric, I've been learning quite a lot from you, but finally, are there some tools out there that people can use to curb or fight identity theft? And what advice would you give to especially young people, mobile phones, or any other age group?
I would take this from two angles. First, from the business angle, then I talk about the people, the social people in there. So first off, for the business angle, they would have to be very cautious on their online portals. There have been instances where you go to social media and you see a shop online and try to purchase something from that shop. You get to realize that no, it's a fraudulent shop. And what I'm talking about is not like a criminal has set up his or her own name for the shop. Reputable organization. What they have done is that they try to, use names of reputable organizations to create other accounts on social media.
So basically, there's somebody on the back end picking up the information.
Not necessarily the back end.
Okay.
I just see, let's say, ABC Enterprise, and it's very, very, reputable. I go to IG, I go and create an account, abc.enterprise.
So
something very small, and I use that to, commit fraud. So businesses would have to be very cautious. They should have that monitoring mechanism on social media platforms and other online platforms. Now, for us watching individuals, first off, to protect your identity, you have to make sure you share minimal information about yourself online.
That's your personal information.
Personal information about yourself online. Sometimes you see people post any and everything about themselves, including snapshots of their IDs to prove a point to people. It's very, very dangerous. Passports and the rest. So it's very important that you keep it safe in there. Also, we advise that you have strong and complex passwords for your accounts, because I did mention about the phishing attacks and the rest. Yes, we have to create strong passwords. And even in addition to the passwords, there's something we call the two-factor authentication or the multi-factor authentication, where when you set your system up, you get a notification or you get an alert of a code of a source for you to insert. Yes, good. Before they're able to access your account. When you do that, criminals, even after stealing your passwords and the rest, can't be able to access your account because there's another layer of security. And then also, let's be mindful and set our privacy properly on social media platforms. So, on social media platforms, there are privacy settings. It's very important you go in there, try to limit the amount of information that is publicly available. Unless, of course, somebody is your friend, they can't see certain information. So that is very, very, very critical. And always be vigilant. Do not click on links that you are not expecting. Suspicious links. You are in WhatsApp groups and they share links. Oh, click here and you win ABC and you get this. You go to America, you get free data and the rest. Please, let's be cautious. Let's avoid clicking on such links.
Eric, thank you so much. I've learned quite a lot from you in this episode. I've been speaking with Eric Mensah from the E-Crime Bureau, and he's the lead for financial crimes and anti-money laundering at the Bureau. He's been my guest on this week's edition where we've been talking about identity theft and how to combat the menace. Before we go, don't forget to log on to our website, www.GhanaWeb.com, and don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Marley Aholimega. Please do stay for Biz Headlines.
Welcome to Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella Jejom Sugli. Now to our very first story. Government secured 1.79 billion from the sale of treasury bills in its latest auction on April 17, 2023. The auction saw an oversubscription of 125.8 million, even though interest rates have been rising. The target for this week's auction was 1.66 billion. Also, interest rates have increased slightly to an average of between 19.74% to 26.9%. According to the results from the central bank, the government secured 1.48 billion Ghana cedis from the 91-day bill, 227.11 million from the 182-day bill, and 87.81 million from the 364-day bill. An economist, Professor Eric Osei-Asibe, has projected that Ghana's fiscal outlook may reduce to about 6.6% by the end of 2023. According to him, his prediction is premised on the government's fiscal consolidation measures established as it seeks a 3 billion International Monetary Fund bailout by May 2023. In their recent projections, Fitch Solutions pegged Ghana's fiscal outlook at 6.6%, while the IMF predicted that the fiscal outlook of the country will be pegged at 7.3%. Speaking on the theme, Ghana's medium-term outlook, navigating through economic uncertainties amid an IMF at DBG GAB economic presentation, Professor Eric Osei-Asibe was optimistic that government will reduce its expenditure drastically to keep a positive economic outlook. Moving on, the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Joe Osei-Owusu, is incensed over what he calls overexploitation of Ghanaians by members of the Ghana Union of Traders Association, GUTA. According to the Bekwai MP, GUTA has lost the moral right to complain about tax hikes, alleging that members of the association underdeclare their product and also overprice their goods to gain huge profit margins. Joe Wise, who is unhappy with the current development, was reacting to concerns raised by Guta over the introduction of the 3 revenue bills approved by Parliament. According to the association, their members are already struggling with their businesses, insisting the 3 revenue measures will impose additional hardships on them. On the same matter, the Ghana Union of Traders Association responded to claims by the First Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Joe Osei-Owusu, that Guta was exploiting Ghanaians by overpricing their goods. Now, Guta, in a response, said he, Joseph Osei-Owusu, should know that the authority vested in him is by the people of Ghana, and therefore he cannot impose his will on Ghanaians, let alone members of the business community who constitutes the economy of Ghana. Most members of the trading community are more intelligent, educated, knowledgeable and resourceful than him, Joe Wise, but for the privilege he has, he should have known better and be mindful of his utterances and speak with decorum in order not to subject himself to public ridicule and insult. A statement by the Ghana Union of Traders Association quoted. The Energy Minister, Matthew Opoku Prempeh, says he supports the Electricity Company of Ghana to retrieve every peswa owed the company. This, according to the minister, is part of overarching efforts to ensuring that the company remains viable to deliver efficient service to consumers. Dr. Prempeh made these assertions when he led the ECG's Revenue Protection Task Force to 2 companies that owed ECG various sums of money. The minister, during these 2 engagements, bemoaned the situation where companies pile up bills for a very long time and refuse to pay.
When ECG began this program, I always communicated to the management that I'll demonstrate our support for this program by physically visiting 1 or 2 entities with them. And that is what I've done today, and probably I'll do on Friday. The ECG, I think, said that the amount of money that they intend to collect or has not been paid over a certain period was over 5 billion. I would like to know, when they finish the program, how much they've been able to collect and why they were not able to collect probably 80% of the bill. I don't believe in success factors we cannot all clap to. If they think the program has been successful, they must demonstrate it in how much they've retrieved. If not, what has caused their inability to retrieve it, and what plans are they having for subsequent visits?
Still on the Energy Minister, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh has revealed that about 2.5 million crude condensation allocation made to the Tema oil refinery is reportedly missing. According to the minister, the fund was part of a business opportunity for the refinery to produce premix fuel from condensates from Ghana gas.
There's a top management and a board, right?
But as
I mean, it's easy to always say there's a sector minister, and as soon as the minister does something, oh, the minister is interfering. The same journalist around would accuse me if I go and I say I'm going to demand these changes. They'll say, but they're Ghanaian workers, but there's a management. We all have to decide as a country what we want. We live under the type of system that we want, right? I can tell you as a minister what I've done. Right? I gave Tor a new business opportunity in the premix fuel market. That all the condensate from Ghana gas should go to Tor and use it for blending and premix fuel, right? The last time I heard, over $2.5 million worth of condensate and condensate from Tor. If we all want Tor working, we don't want another ECG in Tor, do we? Because it will break the back of government, the bills in Tor. They have over $500 million of debt sitting on there. And go and look at how the debt's accumulated. People bring their crude to refine, and then crude losses. I set up a committee that worked for 8 months just trying to reconcile Tor losses. My sister, you don't pay taxes for it to be a drain. You pay taxes for an efficient function of government. Government, I can tell you, is doing so much work to bring Tor together. As we speak, there are proposals lying down in Tor. The Attorney General is having a look, SIGA is having a look, Finance Ministry. Because you're saying journalists will come and say, government has sold Tor to his cronies if we don't get it right. And getting it right is a difficult proposition that we are putting out. And we will work diligently to give Ghanaians what is good. Petrol has not shot in this country, or petrol is not scarce in this country because Tor is not working, is it? So if Tor is come to work, it has to come with the efficiencies for which it can allow to participate in the market. We are not going to say Tor because Tor is Tor. Tor will bring in petrol products that me and you cannot buy. You will turn around and tell, the old system was better, right? So we'll work to get it right.
The Ghana Statistical Service has revealed that Ghana's economy grew by 3.1% by the fourth quarter of 2022. According to the GSS, the growth beat the forecast set by the government of Ghana. Government statistician Professor Kobne Nim, presenting highlights of the provisional 2022 fourth quarter and annual GDP estimate, said when seasonally adjusted, Ghana's real GDP increased by 0.8% in the fourth quarter of 2022, representing 0.3 percentage points higher than what was recorded in the third quarter of 2022. The key subsectors that contributed to the economic growth were mining and quarrying, information and communication, public administration, defense and social security, crops, and education. In more news, the Electricity Company of Ghana has revealed that it has been able to retrieve about 2 billion Ghana cedis from customers in the last few weeks. Managing Director of the Power Supply Company, Samuel Dubik, explained that the company's revenue mobilization campaign is geared towards recouping some 5.7 billion from individuals and firms who have failed to pay for power used. According to him, he is optimistic his outfit will retrieve more money from defaulters by the end of the week. Quote, "We have collected in excess of 2 billion Ghana cedis. That is less than half of what we targeted. But we have one more week to go before I'm able to give my fears. I'll sit down, do an assessment, and then see. Why are people not paying? We'll disconnect and prosecute them." End quote. Many thanks for watching Biz Headlines this week. For more of our news stories, please log on to our website at www.GhanaWeb.com. Also follow us on our social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at The GhanaWeb. Also on YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella J. Jomsugli. Do enjoy the rest of our programs.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Anytime we are on stage with Slim Buster, like my brother will take the CD to the DJ to make that, like to do the selection for the performance. So he will put our song at the end of Slim Buster's performance, which Slim Buster is not aware. So after we finish backing him, he leave the stage for us to do the last dance. So after he leave the stage,
they play
then they will put our song.
You're welcome to another edition of Talkatainment here on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. Today I have some very important dignitaries here when it comes to the music industry. They've got all the experience, they've seen it all, and today we're going to go 360. Life, career, everything. So do stick and stay. It's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. You're welcome back. It's Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. Today, I've been joined by FBS, Ghanaian Music Group. They've been there since Olumambuge days, Kill Somebody, featuring Guru. You have one with Apietus, I forgot the title.
Buy one, get one.
You pay as you go, as heads upon heads, and even now you have a new one with Mr. Jujo, which is a big one, and I know you have an EP too. You made mention in our last interview. Great. But FBM Music, with those who have been following you 10 times, you used to be a 3-member group. Someone will say, where's your 3rd member?
You know how it is when you're growing, when the going gets tough. That's the English, right? You know, we leave Ghana to stay in the UK for some time, and we got married. People, like, things start changing. He got married to somebody who doesn't have Ghanaian culture, so she's like, no, you don't have to come. So we have to be coming down. And you know, with music, your presence is really needed. You get it? So going to studio, you're not there. So for about 10 to 12 years now that we've been doing solo stuff. So automatically, they become the two of us. But we are so cool. We talk every day. We are cool.
So absolutely no bad blood.
No.
Great.
No beef. Nothing. Just
now. It's in London.
It's in London. Yeah, it's okay.
Great. So live having to go on a break for some time. Did you regret, or it was just a decision you had to take a break to focus on family?
FBS never had a break. You see, one thing about music is we don't. As a musician, you need to know your target audience. At a particular time, you might sing a song that might be hitting here, and maybe for some period of time, then it's changed to another country. If you're an artist that you are really, really observant, like you move, you know how to, because that is your job. You understand? When we leave, when we stop doing music for Ghana, we're doing music for our local people, for our language, because we've been traveling from all the local areas, from the northern part of Togo to all those places, to Ivory Coast, to Liberia, and all those places, still doing music. But it's just like we've not released a major song for Ghana. You understand? But we've been doing songs. We've had a lot of songs going on, and it's been amazing for all those time. You understand? So FBS have not gone to break, but it's like just diverted the attention to another crowd.
So according to Najo, you did not take a long break. It was just that you're doing music for Ghanaian audience.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So the music, away from music, you spend some of your time abroad. Coming back to Ghana, everybody says, oh, the system and all that. How did you settle in?
You see, when we came back to Ghana, we realized one thing. We realized things have changed, but certain things we started way back is still there. It's like we see ahead of time.
Okay.
When we say see ahead of time, like this TikTok dance that is raining now, in our years, we started those things. We bring music with dance, and then we make sure every music that we do, it has its own movement. So we get it so easy on that side because already it's like we know the system or the global
that
world.
has been our trend.
Yes.
Exactly.
So we didn't get it so difficult too much on our side. Do you understand me? Like with a Mr. Drew like this, when we release, it just go viral like that because already it's something that we're already doing.
Great.
You understand me? So, and we are even happy. Likes of Mr. Drew Dems and those guys are following the trend and stuff. So we jumping in. I didn't see it so.
It's anything new.
No.
Okay, great. So now I know you brothers. One would say, how did you come together? Did you come together because of the dance, or you came together originally to do music?
We started from dancing.
Okay.
If you know so much, if you know the history of FBS, we've been from National Dance Factory, National Dance Ensembles, from backing of musicians to back Slim Buster. We back a couple of musicians, and from there then we jump into music. So we started from dancing, from Embassy Pleasure Double Do to name it.
We've been everywhere.
You know the Embassy Pleasure Double Do,
you know
right?
what is called Embassy Pleasure?
Then I was younger, so maybe.
Oh, she don't have
Maybe I the new cheese.
It's the national dance competition for Ghana.
Yeah, for Ghana.
Oh, okay.
That time, sorry to say that there's a embassy called
there's a cigar company that sponsored
called Embassy.
Oh, great.
So they were the sponsors for the program.
Sponsors for the dance and this thing. Yes. So we've been a dance champions for ages, and we do a lot of adverts like Tampico adverts, Fangigo adverts.
I think I remember an ad be like
yes.
that.
Those years.
Great.
Tampico. Sorry to do adverts for them.
No, but
we were part of the video.
Great.
Some of the part of the TC, you see us in the mask and stuff.
All right. So you've made a name for yourself in music and in dance.
We started in dance.
Great.
We started breaking barriers in dance. We travel a lot
before
we just switch in. We have the music in our blood already, so
it was not a big deal.
To switch is so easy.
So when you speak to artists who've been there, as we love to call them, the OGs, they talk about back in their days it was difficult. Music was not just how it's become so modernized in our time. You know, you have to book a studio, wait hours, days before it gets to your turn, recording. When you're done with the whole thing, you have to even market and get the music to the audience. Can you walk us through how was it like starting on the onset of your career?
Okay, our career has been tremendous. It has been superb because, you know, there is two things about life. You see, when the business you are doing becomes your hobby, even if it's difficult, you don't see the difficult part of it. Because FBS, we love dancing already. We used to dance for free, for fun. Because I feel like if I don't dance for a day, it's like I've lost something. And then so when we started doing music, and we feel like it's not even difficult because the dance we put in when we were dancers and the dance we put in when we were singing was limited. And when it comes to studio section, I did not see any stress going to the studio because we were privileged. Our first song was recorded in the studio of Slim Buster.
Okay.
You understand? Slim Buster was out with his friends, and then his engineer was there. It's called Uncle Otu, what's his name? Uncle Otu was he was an old man who was Slim Buster's engineer. So we're like, Uncle Otu, do you know that we can sing? He said, oh, we say, we've even written some songs. And then we an old man now. So Slim Buster was not aware, so we started doing something. So he was like, okay, he played this beat. We have to sing what we want with our mouth, and he was like, okay, this is a good thing, so let me play. So he played the beat. After that, we sang the first Old Man Boogie. It wasn't the one you are hearing now. There's the one that we did the demo part of it. You understand? It was nice. So when he did it, we did the voicing and everything. He was not being able to mix it because Slim Basta came. So we have to stop it. After 3 days, we asked him, Charlie, just give us a copy like that. It was like, the moment train, I'm in your time, I'm in mix it, and you know, give it to us. So what we did is, when he gave us that song, anytime we were on stage with Slim Basta, like my brother will take the CD to the DJ to make that, like to do the selection for the performance. So he will put our song at the end of Slim Basta's performance, which Slim Basta is not aware. So after we finished backing him, he leave the stage for us to do the last dance. So after he leave the stage,
they play
then they will put our song. He being in his dressing room listening to it, he didn't know it's our song. And they will dance with it, and the crowd love it. So we were unlucky, we were at Tac Radio or somewhere. He didn't go to his dressing room, he was like around his car, and then they put the song, and then the crowd was like, boom. So when we were coming out of the stage, the crowd followed us to him. And you know what they told him? They were like, yo, Slim Basta, you better power chop and janyum no. Now concentrate on Kwalawe because enyum na almost at the end no. A very your future obeneska.
Wow.
Some man just prophesied to him straight. And not knowing that thing God, he didn't feel okay because imagine we are his pillar at that time. We are the one that making him Slim Basta, and so you're telling him to retire and concentrate on us. That was like a big blow. So he was like, so he
when
was.
Did you guys do this?
He didn't ask us that day. He didn't even talk to us.
Oh.
We were like, we are dead. We see him like our father. We as Slim Basta, we click so much. He was watching us. He didn't give us food. We were like, hey, it's bad. So we just still have to, you know, mingle with it. So for some time, we realized that the communication is that the relationship is no longer that strong. So we have to leave and then start doing our thing because he wasn't concentrating any longer because he realized we betrayed him.
But would you call that a betrayal? You took an opportunity as you were narrating the story.
You see, as an artist, if like right now, I'm in Slim Basta's shoes, and I have a dancers like us, and then we are going for the goal, like you understand, and all of a sudden we are backing up. Charlie, it's a big blow for him.
I get it.
Because me and my brother, we are very loyal. When we are with you, when we're with Slim Basta, we will not backing any other musician. Unlike the rest that come to join, they can go and do their own thing. But if you see us, you see Slim Basta. So he's proud. The whole thing becomes like a brand, the three of us. You get it? And then my brother does the tic-tac thing because Slim Basta has featured tic-tac on couple of his songs. So if tic-tac is not there, my brother will do the rapid service sleep, that kind of thing. So the vibe was there. Okay. You get it? So he was so comfortable with it, and all of a sudden, we feel like we can do more than dancing, and so that's what's really bring the breakup between we and Slim Basta. And after that, it was so good. And then Bulare started giving us programs. They were calling us Talibans. You know, when we go to show, we used to tie our hair with some white scarves. So from one place to another, and things start getting better. And Bulare was like, yo guys, this your Boogie is really getting famous now, and people are loving it, but it's demo. So why don't you go see JQ? That time JQ2 is getting the vibe. So it's like, why don't you go see JQ? We said, like, Charlie, we don't even have the money.
Charlie.
They said, go tell JQ that I'll pay. Record, I'll pay. When we got to JQ2, we don't know how to record. Like, it's a long story, see that. If I have to tell you all that.
We'll save it
but it was good. JQ recorded us, and
it became the hit. Great.
It.
So in December last year, the big shows, you rocked there. I met you at Beam concert. We had a very good interview. The dance was on point. I'm like, hey, this is where did they get the energy from? And you don't miss a beat. Like the formation, you turn. It was such a pleasure to watch you. In 2022, you released one of the hit songs, Joe, which featured Mr. Drew. One would say, why feature Mr. Drew? Do you see yourself in him? Because he also sings and dances. Like, how did you settle on that, and how did the collaboration come?
You see, Mr. Drew has been good. Like, Mr. Drew is good. Like, you understand, Ghanaians know. But we did not, like, discover him earlier. like this thing could have happened long ago, but we did not discover Mr. Drew earlier because we know, like, we are not familiar with the industry any longer because we've been traveling in and out and stuff. But the first time I saw him, my brother wasn't there. I was the one that saw him at a lunch he was performing. I was like, yo,
this guy,
genius,
this guy.
Like, yo, Ghana. So Ghana have started this. Then that means Ghanaians still love that because I love everything about him. So I was like, yo, I'll call my brother there and I was like, yo, I've met that guy. So which I said, this guy is good. We need to work with this guy. We are about to retire, but with this guy, we have to do something. So I asked him, I said, yo, find his number because he is fan of that. When I say find his number, he's
going to find,
I say, find his number, call him, let him know we want to do something. So like about a week, he found his number, he called him, he was like, yo, is it Mr. Drew? He said, yes, this is FBS. He said, who? FBS. Are you sure? He asked, he said, are you sure?
I could know how they feel because he also does looking at you.
He's not even believing. Yeah, what?
Are you sure?
Then I hear him telling somebody, FBS is talking to me. Then I think somebody said, oh, he's lying.
He's lying.
Then I say, it's FBS. Like, if it's FBS, let's meet her.
They say, then come.
Then come, let me see you. I want to see you.
Then we say, okay, send us your location.
He sent location, we see him.
Then. So then he agreed to the collaboration. And
now, when we went to his place, not knowing, he also have an agenda for FBS already. that he wish he could have met FBS.
Yeah.
Because I think he had a conversation with VGMA because they said the last year's show, he murdered it. And people were like, okay, you've done whatever you want to do. People have seen it. So this year you're on it. What else will you do? So if they say, but if you want to do something, then you have to do something bigger than what FBS have done.
18 years ago.
So this is what FBS did 18 years ago.
No, let her know. We are holding the record on VGMA.
Like,
18 years ago, nobody have win
that show. Like we came with the chair and the umbrella at the same time. We performing.
Are you getting it?
8 years ago, I was younger, so
so
for that video.
on VGMA record, nobody have performed that open act like what we did before. For 18 years, the crown is on us. We are holding the title.
So they were like, okay, watch this and then do like
that.
Or
team
up with them and do the same thing. And I was like, that would be a good thing if I team up with them. That would be a very good thing. So we came and said, like, yo, you want to work with me, fine, but let's put the work aside.
And focus on the VGMA.
So what is it? I'm going to VGMA and I want to go with you.
Wow.
I said, really? Go just on what basis? Because before we were thinking, maybe we're going to dance with him on his song. He said, no, I'm doing your music on VGM. He was like, yo, really? He said, but it's going to be a surprise, just we and you. I didn't let VGM know I've gotten you. So I just took the idea, but I didn't give them the assurance I'm doing it.
Wow.
You understand? So we surprised them.
And that was it.
That was it. So and then we told him, we said, like, listen, this is going to be big. Because honestly, Ghana didn't really have enough of us. So it's gonna be, say yes, he knows it's gonna be big. It's okay, let's do it.
Right. I'm really interested in that story, but then we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the conversation with FBS continues. Welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. I've been doing this with FBS, the music group. They dance, they sing, they do everything. You should see their performances if you have the opportunity to ever see them on stage. It's fireworks. They don't. I don't want to talk much, but let's continue the conversation. Before we went on that break, we were talking about your collaboration with Mr. Drew. Yeah. Currently in the music space, which other young artists would you love to work with?
That's a big question. Honestly, we would love to work with everybody. You see, there is something about FBS that up till now, for me, I'm not really comfortable. You see, because of the dance, it has covered our talent for music. Because people don't really pay attention and know what FBS can do musically. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. All they concentrate is on the dance. You understand? But they've forgotten that the dance comes with the music. You get it? But I think it's our time for Ghanaians to know that, okay, FBS can really sing. So when it comes to featuring somebody right now, you see, most of the artists feel like, oh, FBS, yeah, if it's not dancing music, I cannot feature. You understand?
Yes.
So people are feeling they can't work with us because they can't dance.
It has to be a danceable song.
No, but when you listen to our EP, it's only one danceable song in it. And trust me, we're good. We're very, very good. Me listening to the industry we are in now in Ghana, FBS is really, really, really good when it comes to music.
They don't know. They don't know
yes,
that we
because
can write. They are not
so
aware.
you write all your songs?
Yeah, they don't know we are very good writers.
Great.
They don't know that.
We have never gone to the studio and recorded song, and let's say a song and then go. We are just there, you play the beat and we finish it.
That's it.
That's how Joe was recorded. Instantly. The beat, the song, everything, instantly. Like, that's it. We don't go home and come back and say, oh, give me the beat, let me go listen. No.
Is the raw talent and how the crowd receives you. As I stated earlier, if you have the opportunity to see you perform, everybody jamming to it, from your songs even to the new ones that you have right now. I listened to an interview, a 2022 interview we had with Larry, and you made mention that back in the day, P Square came, you know, asking that they wanted to be like you. Can you throw more light on that story?
That controversial interview.
Yeah, that controversial interview with Larry.
I made that.
Yeah,
It started on one of TV station like that, and then Larry too took it, and they're talking, and some of our fans or some of the Nigerians are not taking it lightly. So I choose not to be answering that question because
some
people who are not there, they will not believe you. They will not believe. And you hear them coming hard on you, thinking you are undermining or you are rating. So we choose not to answer because there's more to it than what I said. There's more. And
but you don't want to give us some gist.
When in our biography, in our record, we have performed with a big art. Casey and Jojo, we performed with Casey and Jojo in London. We performed in Wembley before. Those times there's no social media. We were there. We have done a lot. We are ambassador for peace, this Liberia, this we work with UN, these things. So if I talk about P Square used to, or they ask, and people are going gaga crazy, so I choose not to answer because, and I learned one guy said, they talk to P Square, they say they don't remember, they remember VIP.
Yeah.
And then it's okay, yeah, because
maybe in his narrative might be
wrong, but it was true. It was true though,
they might remember
because at the time Alumambuge was hitting, VIP was representing FBS in Nigeria.
Oh, okay. So, you know how social media they can twist things
and as I'm saying, in record, as we are talking about success, in record we don't have bad blood with anybody. We have our journey, 22 years in this journey, very nice, sweet. We don't want to do this social media thing like, who are you guys to say P Square, blah, blah, blah.
Right. Now talk about bees. Some people say that it's good for the industry. Currently, some people can stage, oh, let's plan it. Let's just say we are fighting because maybe you have a project and all that. Do you think that beef is good for the industry?
For some people who are ready to eat beef. for us, for us, listen, our legacy, we want to end it well. You understand me? We want to end it well with good notice. We will not just take your beef somewhere else.
Now you look very young.
Yeah.
Earlier when we started this conversation, we were talking about the fact that when I was younger, I used to listen to you. But you're going to tell me that, oh, you're still young.
We were all younger by that time.
Najo, please. Olumambuge came not now. You made mention that VGMA 18 years or 19 years ago. What is your secret to looking good, young and all that? Apart from you defending that you are still young, which you are though, but then what do you do to look young and radiant?
You see, I realize one thing about life. The more you stress, the more you grow old. The more you consume yourself with unnecessary things. What is unnecessary? You feel like, oh, I'm not hitting, my song is not on time. You have to be on top of this. We can be in Ghana, VGMA, you won't see us there. You will not
see us anywhere.
We can go clubbing, and we see the artists, they're doing their celebrity lifestyle, we'll just be here. You won't even know FBSs. They're like, we had a free mind. You understand? We have that free mentality because I feel like if I have done it before I owned this before, and you are having it today. It's just the time difference, but it does not really matter. I have it today, and you will have it tomorrow, and that's it. You understand? And we feel those are the secret of life. Like, just love yourself.
Yes.
Love the time you are in it. The little you have, manage it.
Don't let that life, celebrity life, you know.
I will tell you, we are very successful financially, but we have never posted anything that we owe.
Sorry to say, if I want to talk to a girl, I don't even want her to know I'm
FBS.
Oh, that's your secret.
No, that's it's not a secret.
Then let's pretend I don't know you are FBS.
I don't fancy that thing.
Having to use.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I come to club, FBS in there.
You'll have to keep it on the low.
Could you believe till the Joe song came, one of my tenants didn't know I'm FBS.
Me up to now, my area.
One of my tenants, I think about a week ago, he was like, boss. I said, like, yeah, what is it? He said, please, my sister says she wants to come and snap a picture with you. I said, you are in this house for over 3 years now. Now you want to snap a picture. Because I didn't know you had FBS. I was like,
okay.
So you see the way the whole thing is. That is life.
We don't.
You know.
That's what I'm saying. Like this beefing, this social
unnecessary stress.
You know,
drugs. You see, all these things lead you to drugs.
Exactly.
Because when your brain is too hot, you need something to cool it off.
Yeah, you want to do
so you are stressed, you take in drug, it cools you. You get stressed again, you take it. Then before you see, you're a drug addict.
Addicted to it.
And then, bro, you see yourself.
We've heard how drugs have destroyed a lot of celebrities and all that.
Drugs,
stay away.
Drugs. Some is positive for them, but the time it becomes negative is when stress gets involved.
Then you have to be always on it.
Drugs are very, very addictive. When they only want to get you at your weak time. At your happy time, you might think drugs is everything, but when you are weak, or when your career starts going down financially or mentally or married, like if you have an issue, then the drug will get you. You understand? It will destroy you.
Thank you for that advice. I know the young folks who are going to chance on this interview will really appreciate it. Now here in Ghana, we've had some people, I would call them legendary entertainers, say, oh, here in Ghana, they don't really appreciate their legends until maybe, excuse me to say, when you are late, that's, oh, let's celebrate you. What would you say about that? Do you think that there's more that can be done, or Ghanaians, the thing that we say that we don't celebrate our own is false?
It goes in the two ways. Always I say this, when you don't make room for something, then there's no room for it.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? We have not created an industry for the old songs, for the past songs. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because even the new songs, the industry we create for the new songs is even limited. Trust me, we have named them the legends. Have you ever heard a program that every year we line up old artists to come and perform? So if there's no performance going on, how do their legacy becomes relevant? You see, you have a lot of things in your head. Presenters have, you are doing your show for people to watch you, right? You want a current vibe. You want something that will sell you. So if you don't mention any old artist's name on your program, it's not your fault. But if an old artist went to perform at a particular event and he made a mark, you would talk about it. Do you get what I'm saying?
So we should get a platform where we line up and then...
There should be an industry for the old arts. There should be something that is going on.
Some awards have to go in, not that
something has to go on.
Somebody will take the idea and he will stop it somewhere.
No, it has to be continuation.
Some will take an idea and it will be selfish not to call in somebody. No, we have to be a national something. Like, listen, yearly, this award, this is it. It goes on, and we can remember you for doing this for Ghana. Ghana say thank you for this. When you do this, but they are waiting for you after maybe they have hit 10 years. Stoneboy have hit 10 years, then the young chap will come, then you compare him to Stoneboy. That's what Ghanaians are doing.
Yes.
So if you are doing that, so the legacy is gone. You understand me? I watch one person is saying, oh, right now the Black Sheriff is more than all the... Then they are making big arts. like Stonebwoy, like
Can you
Shatta Wale.
imagine? And even I saw Blacko come out to say he doesn't like that comparison because sometimes the people that you're even comparing, they are not into that. But then social media folks, for whatever reason. But then before we wrap up, I know you have new things, the EP and all that. Yeah. Okay. Let's just talk about currently what you are up to in 2023, the plans.
Yeah, we have put on our EP. I will not say yes. Let's say release in some way. It's on social or the digital platform. It's a five tracks in there, and we want Ghanaians to just pay attention to that EP a lot, and people who are looking for content, who want to write, who want to bash, who want to say anything about FBS, should go through the EP. The EP talks about now. Talk about who FBS are. FBS music, we are blessed with a lot of talent, which the dance is taking over it because we are very vibrant. Yeah. So when you have this opportunity, you don't talk about how do you write? How do you compose? You're good. Because of the dance, you don't talk about it. So we want all Ghanaians, all the listeners or the people who are watching us now to just go on digital platform and type FBS Takeover. That's the title of the this thing. EP. And the rest, you can write it. Anything you want to write about it. If you want to insult us, if you are not good, you just tell us. So 2023, we give you a challenge.
Great. Yeah. Najo and D, it was a pleasure having you talk about music and relive all the good times. Any final words before we wrap up?
Okay, I would say keep it calm. Love yourself more. Say less. You know, talking too much make you irrelevant because you end up saying nonsense. And then focus. Whatever it is you want to do, just stay by it. Focus towards it. Pray over it, and you succeed. And to our fans, Yanzango, to Munanguao.
Great. D.
I'll just. My last word is to the youth, every youth is a hero. Every youth, wherever you find yourself, just say to yourself, you are a hero. If I tell you how we started, you will not say, listen, me, in go school that. My school is just some class 1, class 2. I don't remember how many classes I sit in my life. Yeah. But trust me, I'm doing a lot in my life. So I'm just trying to send this message to the Zongo youth or all the youth in Ghana that, listen, keep it tight. I know it's not easy, you know. You might be on high something, but still now tell yourself you can make it. Okay. Do you understand me? You can make it, you can see through. And look within you, inside you, you will find your talent, you find what you can do the best.
Thank you very much, FBF Music. So bad that I couldn't, get to dance with because and all that. But I wish maybe we could play. You could play. Yeah. Can I play any of your songs? Which song do you love? We just wrap up with it. Joe.
Joe or Hala.
Hala.
Joe Hala, we take over.
Hala.
Hala is on a boom play. Go boom play.
Hala and take all of.
Okay, then let's do Joe because let me just do Joe. Okay.
I miss you, my baby.
Can we get some of the dance moves?
Baby, make I please. Baby, I want my knees. Oh, I can feel your pain. Let me take it away. On top your cake. And make I look your face.
If it's you that I want, baby, move to the dance floor. Baby, just.
Whoever you get, just. Whoever you
have for love. I want.
Baby, just.
Move your body, get up. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, FBS.
Thank you.
Now,
back canocre. Susu sang pine, be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
operator. You see, he doesn't understand the particular course we are doing. As the lecturer is saying, maybe not only him, but generally people who understand it. So how he convey the information to me was very hard for me to understand.
Disability, they say, is not inability. Lydia Abeye Akwa is a proof of this adage. As a deaf person, she has been able to graduate from the University of Mines and Technology with a Master of Business Technology Management. I am off to her residence to find out how she was able to do this amidst all the challenges.
Breaking barriers is no small feat, and Lydia Abeye Akwa, a hearing impaired student, has done just that. Lydia defied the odds and graduated with a master's degree from the University of Mines and Technology, UMAT, in Takwa, in the western region of Ghana. Her accomplishment is not only a testament to her hard work and determination, but also an inspiration to others facing similar challenges. Lydia was born hearing, but became hearing impaired after the age of 10. So, she practically knew how to speak before she lost her ability to hear. Due to this, she is able to speak properly, but she just cannot hear.
So when I became deaf, from 10 years, you see, when I go to the classroom, I'll pretend as if I can hear, but I can't hear. And my teachers, they will send me to go and buy something. I will not hear. I think I should keep the money. So I'll go and spend the money. Then I will come back to the class. Then the teacher is asking, after a long time, the teacher in the middle of the teaching was leader. Where is my granite? Then I will go out. I'll go and talk to somebody and find money and then bring it back. I will say that when I went, the granite was finished. But I left the money somewhere and I forgot it, so I'm bringing it back. It happened to me many times. I always made up a story. So after some time, some of the teachers began to notice, I think you have a problem with your hearing. But I passed through.
But with all the challenges that come with deafness, she never relented on pursuing her dreams in life. She worked hard and overcame every obstacle in her path from primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, and finally graduating with a cumulative weighted average of 76.80% from the Master of Business Technology Management program at the Faculty of Integrated Management Science during the just ended 14th congregation of the University of Mines and Technology in Takwa, where she focused on management information systems. According to Lydia, after becoming hearing impaired, people began stigmatizing her in her community, and she could no longer serve for her mother as she used to do. And even as a church singer, she could no longer sing.
As a singer, I had a nice voice. But when I became deaf, my voice turned into different sounds, so I started singing. It was like a shame to me, around 10 years and up. So people look down on you. People know, they don't welcome you as if you have done something bad by becoming deaf. That is feeling you get around people. You don't feel welcome because you see some general something around people. I cannot explain, but everywhere you go, you see that thing around them. They don't welcome you. So you begin to pull away from people. Then the friends you had, children friends, you lost them. Because they think when they talk, you don't understand them. So they don't waste time on you.
But the stigma did not deter her from continuing with her education. She says, irrespective of her deafness, she was one of the best students at the JHS level because she was a very brilliant student in class.
Thankfully, God gave me a good brain, so I could learn and then pass my exams from the primary school to the junior high. I tried. I think I was one of the best students in my school in those days.
Gaining admission to the Takwa Senior High School to pursue business was another hurdle for Lydia as she learned on her own. One of her challenges was taking down notes anytime the teachers decided to dictate. Since she couldn't hear anything, she had to resort to lip reading to get an idea of what the teachers were saying, but that wasn't much help either. A classmate by name Patient Sako came to her aid by deciding to write the notes for her anytime teachers decided to dictate.
When I went to SS, I wanted to study science. But when you go there, you have to write exams, depending on the subject that you pass, before they will tell you whether you do science or. And I did well in English, the maths. I didn't do well in the science. So one of the teachers said, because I'm deaf, I should go and do business. Because business, accounting and all that, you would just be sitting on the computer and then not much interaction with people. So I was learning on my own. And there was one mate, she's called Patience Sabon. She was a sweet, good person. I think God just put him there for me. And then when we go to the classroom and the teacher is dictating the notes, she will be writing her own notes. At the same time, she will be writing my own. That is how I did it to the very end. And I will be sitting in front every time to read the teacher's lips. If the teacher turns, then I'm lost. But I did well by reading on my own, and many of my students were very proud of me at SS level. I was learning with the high intelligent people. When we finished SS, I was among the best at that time.
After completing Takwa Senior High School, she enrolled at the Ekuapem Mampon Secondary Technical School for the Deaf, where she learned the sign language before entering the University of Ghana to study business administration, human resource option. As the only hearing impaired student in the lecture hall with an interpreter in front of the whole class, she felt uncomfortable because all eyes were on her. Due to this, she stopped going for lectures altogether, and her interpreter also decided to stop. This, she said, affected her performance badly as she began to fail.
Personally, I was having a feeling of like being an old deaf in the whole lecture place. I was about to be beautiful. And then you sit in front with a sign language interpreter. I was feeling uncomfortable at all. Everybody watching me. But that was an immature feeling. I was not very knowledgeable around that time. What I would say to other deaf people, if they experience the same thing, they should never feel shy. Because for me, it's a glorious thing not to hear among so many people the experience within. Only you know what is inside. You see it. And to be able to understand letters with a sign language interpreting is a marvelous thing. Any deaf should feel proud of. So with this challenge for me, I was not going to the lecture because I didn't want people looking at me. And that was also not encouraging for my interpreters, so they stopped coming to help me.
At a point in time, the university almost revoked her admission, but thanks to the intervention of one lecturer, Dr. Kwabna Edupoku, Lydia was able to continue with her education.
Later, I had to meet our school. One of the lecturers, he had experience with deaf people, so I went to meet him. And then I told him my challenges. He encouraged me. And then he met the university authorities. So they decided to allow me to continue. You see it. But because of me, they made that man the disability coordinator of the university. I think for the first time, the university had a disability coordinator through that man, Dr. Kwabena Ebuboku. And then after from that time on, I began to do well. Actually, I was fired. Something wonderful happened to me. My performance improved. So I managed to graduate successfully.
13 years after completing her first degree, Lydia decided to enroll for a master's degree at the University of Mines and Technology. Because of initial challenges she went through due to her form of disability, Lydia worked closely with the university management, some lecturers and course mates to be able to appreciate some complex course concepts, and because of that, she was able to persevere. The university ensured also that she had the necessary assistance, such as sign language interpreters, to enable her fully participate in lectures and other academic activities. Finally, the day of graduation arrived, and Lydia walked across the stage to receive her master's degree, and she felt a sense of pride and accomplishment that she had never before felt. She looked out into the crowd and saw her family and friends cheering her on, and she knew in that moment that all of her hard work had been worth it. She describes UMAT as an exceptional institution that fosters practical learning and says that its faculty, staff, and students are very supportive.
Initially, the university was not having the resources, so they couldn't provide me fast. It almost affected my admission. But I had to help them to know that I can do it, whether they give me interpreting service or not. So they were very happy by that. So they decided to welcome me to continue my goal. And so we started. So along the line, the university came in to support, because they will see that it was very important. I had a lot of challenges in the masters. And sometimes the interpreter, you see, he doesn't understand the particular course we are doing. As the lecturer is saying, maybe not only him, but generally people who understand it. So how he conveyed the information to me was very hard for me to understand. But some to interpreting. But when I don't understand, my mates, course mates, they spend time with me to explain it, so that I was able to follow. And then my thesis, the same thing.
The head of Department for Management Studies at UMAT, Dr. Kofi Kamasa, tells our reporter that the school admitted Lydia without knowing she was hearing impaired.
When we received her admission documents, I think that we didn't know that she was deaf. Okay, yeah. So we gave the admission, and after the admission was given, she reported. That is when we got to know that she was a special student, and so engagement with the dean of postgraduate school at the time, and then some members of the university. I mean, we realized that no, we cannot withdraw the admission.
Upon finding out about her condition after her admission, the necessary assistance was provided for Lydia to go through the program successfully.
If you are hearing impaired and you are taking certain courses which are quantitative in nature, even though you may have an interpreter to be interpreting the things to you, when we are talking of formulas here and quantitative issues, there are little bit challenge that comes there because it's difficult to interpret like quadratic equation for you to, you get the point. Yeah, so I think that those were some of the challenges that she was facing initially, but with time, I think she became comfortable and she was able to actually pursue through. And then also knowing that that was what was facing her, I think the lecturers were also made aware, and so their mode of teaching was also a bit flexible, so that it could also cater for her as well. That's how we want to do, so that she managed to do the course just as the other friends who were here. Yes.
According to Dr. Kofi Kamasa, the university is always prepared to help persons living with disability anytime they gain admission. He said everyone has the right to education, adding that Lydia defied all the odds and went on to pursue her dream irrespective of her disability. He urged PWDs not to allow their disability hinder them from climbing the academic ladder.
When it comes to education, we know that in Ghana we have inclusive education. Nobody should be left out. And like we said, if someone is impaired, it doesn't mean that the person is incapable of doing anything. There are a lot of examples where people with disability have risen to the very top as far as the academic ladder is concerned. So as a university where we embrace these things, if where we are also disability friendly, if we get situations like that, we are always prepared to help and make sure that nobody loses their right and dream to education because of their inability or their disability status. So we are fully prepared. We are fully prepared to embrace those things. Of course, Lydia's case has given us more eye-opening situations where it has even made the university more friendly as far as these special students are concerned.
Lydia's sign language interpreter, Richmond Bedu, tells me why he accepted to be her interpreter.
When I had a call from Lydia that she wanted me to be her personal interpreter, I really wanted to accept such a challenge. Because to be frank with you, that was the first time of venturing into such a I was finding myself in such a situation. I have not actually been at the tertiary level to interpret. So I actually accepted the mantle, one, because of the passion I have for the deaf people. I'm someone who always advocates concerning issues of deafness, because I really want to see them always at the top, to see them achieving or aspiring for greater heights. So I went in just to make sure that her vision of acquiring something better in terms of her career has been achieved.
According to him, the challenge taught him a lot of things. He said he made a lot of sacrifices just to make sure that Lydia graduated successfully. He mentioned some of the challenges he faced along the line.
At the start, when we began, I was at the same time a student at the University of Mines and Technology, the same school that Lydia attended. I was, I think, level 200 during that period. But I just considered the fact that she was going to have it at the weekends, that is Saturdays and Sundays. So though sometimes we had group meetings and some other meetings on weekends, but I decided to sacrifice in that regard to make sure that she's able to have the best of it. And another thing also that I encountered whilst I was with Lydia was that, it's a higher level of education. And then there are certain terminologies or certain things that are being that are being taught, I have no knowledge or idea about. So what happened was that I was mostly dependent on the lecturer. Whatever that the lecturer says, that is what I deliver. But you know the pace at which the lecturer will go with the hearing students. I have to really grasp the concept. So I even have to pause the lecture at a point in time to explain it further for me to get a clearer picture of it before I'll be able to convey the meaning to Lydia.
While commending UMAT for accepting Lydia, Mr. Beidu called on the Ministry of Education and other educational institutions to incorporate sign language into their curriculum and also make sign language interpretation available to make it easy for the hearing impaired to access education.
I would like to commend the University of Mines and Technology for such an amazing opportunity given to Lydia to explore. Actually, though Lydia has been able to pursue her career, it has also helped me as a sign language interpreter to better my profession. We are pleading with all institutions to actually incorporate the learning of sign language as well as even having interpreters available to be of help whenever such a dev wants to visit their outfit. I think this is going to create a bigger platform for the deaf people to reach higher heights. And then again, my final proposal is to the government that I think, and in my candid opinion, I think once we start the learning of sign language right from the basic schools, it's really going to be of help in the sense that the children are going to grow with it. And once they grow with it, already we've created an inclusive education. And that is going to make things simpler for the deaf people. And we are going to produce more sign language interpreters for Ghana.
Lydia expressed her appreciation to Richmond Beidu for availing himself to be her interpreter.
So this interpreter, he fights for me actually. He's advocating, making sure that I advance. If many interpreters have that attitude of fighting for deaf, helping create awareness of deaf issues, I think a lot of deaf people will have big opportunities. And I appreciate the attitude of Mr. Richmond. Advocacy with power.
Love found Lydia while she was at the University of Ghana. Her husband, Samuel Asamoah, recalls how he met and got attracted to her.
So I met her at the University of Ghana. I think we were in Princeton, but I met her just once. When I met her, I just saw something strange and attractive. And then later I got to go closer and I got to realize that this is the lady I would like to marry. She's a very bold person and that really attracted me to her. So I would say love blinds. Okay. Yeah, because of the love, I didn't really see that she has a problem. Yeah, so that is how I live with her. I live with her with that mindset. So we live together peacefully.
Mr. Asamoah has learned sign language through Lydia, and that is the means through which they communicate. And he is always ready to support his wife in diverse ways, even up to the point of her achieving her PhD.
I would like to see her going as far as PhD. Yeah, because she has a very sharp memory. And she's able to memorize a lot of things more than I do. So I encourage her to go higher in the academic ladder.
Ever wondered how Lydia, as a mother, would know when her child is crying when she's not close by to see the baby's gestures? Well, thanks to her husband, she doesn't have to worry anymore about that.
As a deaf wife, she won't be able to hear if baby is crying. But I play that role. So when baby cries, I would prompt her that baby is crying, and then she can do the breastfeeding. As a father in a home, I also hear for her. Actually, I'm her hearing. Okay, I'm the one who feels that lack. I hear for her whenever she needs to hear around her. I make her to hear, so that she won't feel that even she has any disability.
According to Mr. Samoa, because of how the society sees the hearing impaired, they do not have a lot of information, and this has become a hindrance to their development. He is of the view that government should put in measures to make the hearing impaired have access to information.
Education can be defined as a change of behavior due to learning something. Okay, but generally speaking, deaf people do not have access to a lot of information because of how our society view them or treat them. But when you visit our banks, we only have sign language interpreters. When you visit our schools, there are no sign language interpreters to help the deaf children in most of the schools. So in this regard, they won't get enough information to even have a change of behavior, as is the goal of proper education. So because of that, in some aspects of life, okay, the deaf may not respond appropriately, but that does not mean that they are not behaving well. But because the society have not structured things in the proper way that will help them to have a change of behavior through education from the society.
Lydia Abeye Akwa wants the government to make sign language a general subject for all school-going children, as she believes it will help everyone to know sign languages.
What I want to say is we should make sign language a general subject for all children in Ghana, because sign language is the way deaf people learn. That is their language. Sign language is like any other language, and how sign language convey information for us deaf people is more powerful than hearing. So if GS, the government, makes sign language compulsory for all children in Ghana, everybody will be fine. Everybody will be fine, because at a point, even old people, they will become deaf. So by the time we arrive at being deaf, we are not praying for people to becoming deaf, but that is a possibility. So if you become deaf and you know sign language, your family people know sign language, you are okay.
With the aim of becoming a linguist, Lydia has gained admission to the Gallaudet University, a private federally chartered research university in Washington, D.C., for the education of the hearing impaired, and is pursuing a Master in Linguistics course that she hopes would help her to return to support language development of the hearing impaired in Ghana. She is therefore soliciting for the support of organizations and individuals to help her pursue that dream.
You see, even the whole world, we have very few deaf people who are linguists. Even women, deaf women who are deaf linguists. We don't have enough deaf linguists. So I see this for me to stand. I mean, get more education to learn about linguistics, so that I can use this to come to Ghana here to support all deaf people, and also to stand as women with disability who aspires for higher education and achieving innovative things in the society. And so I've applied to the GhanaWeb University and I got admission already to go. But I need support scholarship. I apply for the fall 2023. So I need the scholarship to help me to go and study. The university currently do not have support for international people.
Lydia's success is a reminder of the importance of inclusivity in education. It is essential to create an environment where all students, regardless of their disabilities, feel supported and empowered to succeed. By breaking barriers and achieving her goals, Lydia has opened doors for other hearing impaired students and shown that anything is possible with hard work and determination.
Lydia's success has brought light into the lives of persons living with disability. No matter where you are, you can also climb to the top of the academic ladder, irrespective of your disability. From Takwa in the Western region, Thomas Tete reporting for GhanaWeb.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Obinum sada na obrafo responded and the main can was because obrafo do papa pehin onu ankasa na enim nti a obtake sa move no but say the asema that person say was you a Drake $10 million or looking forward say in damages ne say betumi akasa ske. Killer cat, and come on GhanaWeb TV. So she has an answer. I'm a brony. Entertainment news, celebrity news, just social media trends. I say, come on, we have near de, and I'm the name cons where they and Samuel come over brave passo. A year or brafo, and Ghana rap soft for any drakes. You always soon be the Muslim in Abba. I shall more didn't who about bed bomu and I am mancha, you quenum in and something in Amikrita where they ain't cabin job, ye didn't in Abram. So my ain't try home. Now your Bama Bruni Semno et a theatre bank. Mesanso Emma Akwaba and Komoho on GhanaWeb TV. And Eddie Cassia Bono, and Muye Hermancasa. I may borrow the words of a brafo. So, Tia Yampa, a Ghana rap software, or see a Canadian rapper. A Drake, I Obekaya last year. Numbi or the Betuja calling my name. Ne numu and or sample a year some few lines fee a year or brafu numa or friend or your hina or feature a year tiny or so. Na and 7 o'clock by and it is a Drake release an album 2022 album na man for a year calling my name moment except of his cousin. I say yeah brafu way ne no an ebe to just say no kware a year no ni mu say wo chirema a year Drake any management reach out to brafu so mu pese mu use a year or hinin some part bi na what sound be kill a cat no e hono no pese mu use but akokoye so brafo an respond ohun an say che say wo de ahye nwom yi ma che say ebogu che say onkofo di twa won na ase na yimu na last year na asem ni see but eye afi 2023 April ya na bitu just say eye obrafo o de wo tabri no ekokot che say wo baba kokko kokaka asem na e wo court na o demand damages an you say copyright nsem de eba na che say wo de for dia who betumi aye show pa obrafo che mo pay eye $10 million ebi wo 10 million Ghana city so US dollars DB and Joe Biden sikai pin up 10 million in damages. No for me ebe to Ghana for say no bra for sky dey endorse na me say hwe obi be fa we adwuma na wo de wo beti asade mu de mu nim ne ekọ mu nim ne ewo mu ntina se na ye nkyere mu eba copyright nsem dey say wo de for dey na fine say court buase who use property without only panic consent na say what na say na work asem ni nyina ewie na say wo de for hu betumi ahye pa na eye brafo eye suit betu dwa na amanfo kekembu ze ko social media trends ebeda number 1 and your brafo we siu no on confan che no binum sa na brafo an responded and the main kan was because brafo do papa pehin onu ankasa na nim ne nti a ob take is move no but say the asema that person say we siu eye Drake $10 million or looking forward say in damages le sabet me akasa ski na some betu dwa na amanfo bobo ho ayenim say anka ne de esi say ye kan say Ghana food dey say na say brafo to me win case ya and obetu me sikapudo na me unze ko basi jobi say Nigeria be bon dem kokoko se obrafo say wuchi attack so na fine kosi but no dey enkoda nchen some ne buy na topic trends social media and I me who say manche ayikwe enso dey last ma beto chema last year or reach out to obrafo because killer cat sound no mu use wo oyo hine intro no o say ne property ochema obrafo kampo enchia no you get what I'm saying no dey no oka into o say you bi koso krampa esan ko wo bom look been a partnership but who an say obrafo dey to just osiu but also earlier or reach out to obrafo and they between on mobile some of their betutwa e was Twitter and am so me di munchem ebrel na say you betu dwa na manfo chema na say asem na ba say asem no say mu looking for some best settle e court intimpo sanko obrafo ekonenim na anko owini case ya na ka $10 million is wode mana wonya sure sanka obe wa bi kakra ma Manchester killer cats sa we sound na ye wanti anka pebe bi kakra na fashion say bia o man 1 million crampa sanka obe twitwa ne ho ba manfo twem a o say asem ne de okay to say bia manfo ka so obrafo asem na ye de na Manchester person ode ne ho bewem but ni nyina so say asem ba na wa ye dem wonya aboche obi a woni grievance so obi a woni consent nti say de na ye hwe say na de anim obi a beti ne ho ase na te say wo fele say bia wo yi won asin chen no mo be ka asem na ye fefefe because wo say wudi kan wo course and say wundi bimye nti ye hwe nim say bia parties obi akoma to ne ye ma na say asem wo de ko na say wo bua so 10 million wo de be ma na say po be ma mu bimpa obi a play role e wo eye sa anwum e yo hini obi a benyame na mfo kaka say na say eyi say your brafo wini case no bo mo de an pe kakra ma time because on na ye feature na me so me de minim mu asem ba say na be ye bia mu number ya asem na ma da say bibia kwakoto din na anwume ni mu kakra no na me hu say eye oba ya so Aisha Modi talent manager so your traditional leader nche kwa na wo si no hema na o se eye wo obrafo se wo asem bi okato wo to se wa abraboro nye ye o career renye wo se aba betodwa o chema wo kase boda in 2009 album bi apesa na nka o de bedwa o chema wo se wo ni scale na wa yare na wa bofem kaka Aisha na kai asem ya meka nim amabo ne me na meka o twin live scene so na sa Instagram live mi shebi na sa chema wo manager obehu manager ka so wo escape do obi no person dey business and a manager ya convince ni so on first can enhyew album na eso abapa na te say wan why wo dey amakoso say no oye adihwehwam no papa ne sa hey bey baba boni still mebu be no iti ekoba ne sa na tabiri ni scan ode share yi mu o se besi ne onya afaso bia wo so ye eno no o se ode ahoya ya ne te say oya we odo di ni mu e ka che obrafo so erunye ye na wo se dey akwa wo se wo se wa sorry I go see Drake me miss kakwa de me kakwa wuntu amesi ni tintini mutietia ne say Aisha Modise scandal investing into a brafo a year album some 14 years ago Ojeniska dofuna say de eye obrafo ni Drake nsem kotugwa ye di sinchenga na ye koye nim de na ye ochame kwame rap doctor an we di 47 years na wotwia na woni say picture say do say birthday na just we release photo shoot bi as birthday photo shoot na just wadofo watamfo nyina just say ye share na just say ya wish happy birthday fe na fi nkwa de demonstration eye rap doctor be release eye birthday photo shooter photo bia won share say ne kokosugo ai say bibia egu ho na ye ba se kakra boxes pe eno hye na ochema nukamu kwedu ani de delay west and me boru say papa pehia waware de me pese me kan se me bebe me say very decent policy me say me chiremu bebre ba picture ye da we wan say eh boxes yo hye ekura ne mu kama na be to de mafochema na wa hyehye woni ama na wa park woni ama na odi abetu na me say oh rap doctor chirema wa launch a new underwear collection no akasa ni way or the abeto new business. It's what better way so no akasa be promote we say ade ni ye dia shana ye hu say to me kra ni match say kama na pompo se amaboni person to be man papa mpo a we say rap doctor bibia dede so what kasa high kwam ye nchemu bebre na me hu say social media Ghana had obi asema no bia person okebi afo chema we dey ye indecent anena papa wo yire anika nani beje hu obi a wo ma na ase what say wa park we gudi na ade be to am say oh tom boase bibia asamba munya botere on one kasa out of his own management na atena se no mu feel say it is good for the brand no say rap doctor the Ghana e baka so bi o promote culture and nama A1 inti on one kasa be to just mo kasa no mo say crapping polo be exposing no na watching no is matter some for because o chame kwa me won chena me say oh ono nkwa na obi a wa model mema boxes at say ababe news at mo ma papa hu nto no rap doctor chirema o senti kamo pese anka o model new collection anka o she kentana we asem bi say o chame kwa me se mi bisa mo ama ye mo te se mo criticizing nyina. Ya Jackson says so ye baby mama and to say mo headache and be kaya fia no di to just wa kami ya bofra baby boy fe on any partner ai na ebe to dwa na mafochema aha cause last year say ya Jackson the woman na say bia skin tight you wash and e bia atare bia won say bibia dida honom ne ade show skin kakra na me so offer yin say na say odenya mani nyina akuku kakra but won say ya me catch na watwi ya Jackson release new photo bi ochema unse anybody no so ye sexy bon one wa wo hwe picture ye da ho ya unse ase share dress an bibia da so na as no fo ne nipple ho kakra na ye di bibia kata kakra na ni body shorts kama ochema wa ogina ho ya hu no wo hwe also bi a wa wo dey bi so still na body ni ejine mu etemu body ni ye very kama unse as a bi pregnancy weight kakra but also still crow jina ne nanso na post o make your Instagram na me kwa share me hu say we disable comment section because you say Ghana had obeka and na wa way and na wuyi way de bi ot bi wona so mti we nkwade ohun so mo benya ne ho asema kan so no bomode na ori ade o disable comment section na mafo chirema ya Jackson na to do anso anya botarie and na wo fo wa hiwe na fine ko si but me kai wo say ni papa be de ba betu dwasa so ne ba no no akasa na living life ono abone bra ono nya ba fe na be ka say detective ya yi we 22 years onya abofra nti aya mo ka say na wo fo ntie ne na fine ko so ono akasa o sanso ye mother so she knows what she's doing nti ebe ya aya munja in life na man say na work and munja in life na just on board life mbisa say body ye temu ni na ya Jackson picture your dropi yi ana o se bon one say no chemo so o ye baby mama but wo hwe body na enye se bia beka se wa wo se wa nhwe ni ye ko bia nka nkyere wa wuri mpo munja ni po se o wo ba But some April ya and a TikToker and social media influencer Asantwa any kwakumenu interview aggressive show. No the two just say I'm for keka say any kunu betel ne manager any manager friend cautious and or betel no warning say ade na atare na yire as a videos be kakra na ya say manfo chirema they are dating no benum say no ba ware for the ade na manager ya atare ne say but obi fiasem aya mo ka no ma ye de monya abocha ni mpo de nyene na ba judge because God the righteous judge. Na some ye koso hu na sanso akirema amafo abomodin aje se kwan bi mbefa so bia na tese won egu na aware painting the black to nikunu eno na woye but also no de once trust e wo so nikunu be hia no nikunu hu no twaseni sini ya mu no be hu no isanya afa na baby akasa wa ba ware nti obeja sini no de efutu ma me ase se wo ye adwuma bi no bare ma beto a se ma ne ya wa se we na betumi te bia betumi o mini nti man kasa bia wa ware mi so se mi jai unja no nkodi den na asanso a kire mam sometime ago bi obi odaseni konseni damra bani ebeti hu kire ni kunu se on ne manager ehye eye hotel ai oberima odo kunu also okopie mu wo honom but be say me sanso kan a back story bi cho asanso achema asa no obeko hotel ho with me manager no ofre ni kunu so mira me ne eye cashiers eye bibi hotel nti say ni say no obo hotel ni din kwa chen na ne kunu wo honom na obi sanso ti ho chen say ena atumi kabra hotel ho na ne ekoso ni but ono na obeso de ni kohu say de na ekoso ti asanso na anum tom kokuma ni show ni so ni kunu eba honom na oba honom say na kan ya bebi okaso won honom na no na some beto de no mfutema it is a person ukase so say eye ukunu on trust wana but eye cautious any manager asanso manager e de emunchi ma beto dwa ochemo nipa na oti hu kokonsani na oti hu che asanso akunu o ka che ni se ni manager na e de ni ba be yesikedru nti hu se obi e wo se wo de yire kwako yesikedru de wo ye mbecheche kwa krakos na ebusuafo ko fa ni fifie na o de na ba nti bibi ye na obeka se wo na wo ye responsible. Nti ni kunu yi eba hotel oba betwe say ye no kware say wa be sacrifice ne yere na ba oba na enye sa na tintel wo kirema eye mo amoye akokonsafo ena what say wo boy aye say wo kunu aye say ena ni nyina ehu hia but me pese me so make cast so say based on some social media reaction bia me so me wo kirema papa ye ono aware asanto on complaining nti mo online in-laws social media in-laws aunties and uncles eno cry fam ho ben wo kirema mundi mu fi asem Fantana oboni nickname was a Caputana. Say the encraba to say Peace Hyde, creator of a Netflix series, a young famous and African. Say the or the Fantana Ghana neo dikang aka a series who nabeka last year by just a month of brave and they are very nice. Why it shows how say Africans near fair and for the finest things in life. I mean say be actors no omudu omoye and be in Nigeria be South Africa. Na Ghana ni nka ho. Na wo chema Peace Hyde so ye Ghana ni. Nti esa nkode ye ni pa bi kan but won't ya me catch Fantana oye nyumtuni say dey one feature no ewo young famous and African. Na busumi ya na next month May and na wumbe premiere the season 2 of series ya meka ho asemi na beto dia na Fantana mame ane mame unu so a member of parliament for Jomro obeto dia so ne ba ne they are very proud of her also no de ne ba ne ye de ni so ankasa also ne ba ne living dream because say ne bia Fantana say atenketen obo no modern ni nyom ni ade bibia brand ne ye solid no so say they akopiem young famous and African also no de ni jepa Fantana mame in the Facebook post or so kaka ho say ne ba yi feature out say we debut young famous and African no chirema ni je ankasa ne ba ne living dream and also so kaka ho say also we de nyamensa amensa ewo mu ankasa so de mama ye gina we so na ye ntwa ye ho kakra na ye kwa base de bia meka chem command de etefie tabak amaboni baba chemu nyina ama mo defi ama wakwaba woni chia te say ma broni so me chiem say ya se na bia me catch my social media trends showbiz news nkomo na bia na wanti ase stories because wo pemu details a won say ha de ye nke bi nhim se na yetena na ye de ba na te say ye siki mu views na mo ka wo social media na ni ya abo no tofa na de ma besumu na eye wo hwe social media trend be records wo chema look alike. You say merman young guys be one say was what kukra was a celebrities inti was a medical doom can promise wom family wom Mr. Drew is the latest ones I mean who was a Shatawale wouldn't look alike Edem wouldn't look alike other artists and so ewum na enkomo boy bae na wan say akonuma fu chima media na ye de wan so won so cause ebe yi na nkofu yi what won baby anka himpo na bete won kasa na asase bia na we ko interview na obisa won questions wo se mo so onyama bi so there are other artists mo release projects so mo pe eye publicity omukwa munya it's more diverse what you are doing is not right but sometimes things are going on and they social media they latest and I nkofu bi other stations so na so mudi generating content any conversation so be I am months as na they be na media na be they be am bon echi do munya abotere kakra na nkomo yi baye na me dem so look alike here and can stay with social media and you say they won't be mainstream but Shatawale they are to just so look alike no as a muni na mo bese mo ye ese ba na nka bia mo pe plans and e be ska be brem na look alike in e fine ekosi him mafunsu trema Mabet me anyone because impersonation because enya wo na portray say you no mafu bi chema binum kwa just card perform but kofu ya wo so we look alike association wo chirema enya sa na ete wonje hu ska bia nka so wo ya artist na o say person obele won for show wo so wonje ska bia ye into size common wo te sa wo say munsi won hu enya no kware na eye medical e dia betu da so wo say sa boy no ye no hu te so ye medical wo say onjai no ye no so I say what bashing was a what to kui I just can promise look alike in I just say it's something be brave but I am quite Eugenius or don't so they have to just say they need to then just any man who also for my boys in quiet words I look alike watch one for one child but for me children you also no your family look alike no on social media page also promoting stuff it also no there or share any problem bia na see kwan so de na no to so sanko bi pa no so you look alike also no kwan podi anko be obeku me nti me be bisa wo sa look alike nkomo no ne sanko fa was a celebrities no mo be say yes so won so anase mu trema say yes wa no enimanimu ya na anko fa asem bi amba in the near future.
Find a path if you no get idea to live this life that you want to live. People like Jacqueline Mensah, they there. People like Made in Ghana, them they there. They all the TikTok. They create young girls and boys. They create content.
Senator Zandi Kamel se me nto munkra. Ai mo aya mo body shaming e na ne yefo so. E na oye kese, e na oye sei. E na atare na ohye no so nti e fata no. O se man kra nto mo mfa betum anyum sei. Se wa wunnim na musu be ka na be body shaming no be odua. Bebo dio se no ane ne o se afia yesimu enye na fede abaka se mo be ka bibi na ahye no no wa be di areho no wa be so no o na adwen de daw nti afia yesimu ne afia emfie da yenimu wa wunim na bebo de shame no be hwe camera sim hu na be so criticize ni se na o te na ne yefo no o se wunim ne health condition wunim ne yakoso na abrabom nti onti asese ni se ni sa ne otin mu enkamuri discount so no do bed bebo mudua sin class zani kama oda betu dua ntim na mesan so aka ho se aya monto mo boase sa body shame obi ono ma yese bia opese ni mu ye dru keke o obi ono mo afa dru obi o ye bibi sa na nko bebre sorry a flese obi an ko faka se o me kese be wan se wa afa chi na ko nu medru bi na se wedi ni ho boni ntim mesem asamba se na aya mo ko social media uko social media Twitter na hu se no umulebu obi pan se bia enya me ankwa na wodi e merima ti misra ma body shame no aya mun enya me ka se mun til so mun jai na enfata mo na what trade ensem bebre epie na eye osebo the Zara man ai oni Zion Felix eye interview bi na da ni YouTube channel Zion Felix asem na meki now odi to just say ube kaye nche kwaye na oni ajagraja sa friendly be na wo ye na say wo competition na wo ya hye say no waka so bo betumi me na ajagraja so aba ubetumi me sa anyama na it was just for fun one na what ras no so person we bibi sa na do DJ nkofo ani na wo di kogui ni na mafo chima osboda zara my say wo battle cheddar na kwa me bedi aku cheddar na wo say wo battle na osboda na do this ma betudwa o say sa ansem no mba bonten so person on cheddar ko battle on who has the finest clothes no betumi address o say debi okaka hu say interview on Zion Felix o say cheddar ko onye class waja tumu say o say bag a cheddar beti uska oba be say be $300,000 akoto mabo obeto ene say no betumi invest ska e wo nyama o hye o so ndu ni class nti o srem a na mafoche me ai na so basa so work so say ojetum he has his class bobo nkofo bi din o say care dukra o no betumi afa so anytime but cheddar nkwande o so srem ankasa obi a wa bone bra o so di ndi man nya say ye so nka so baba tonti mo hwenim say na nka bia social media be hu say bia osebo dressing no bisa cheddar betumi atoma boy na say combination e say den combinations and calculations dey be enya maso na nkomo ya osebo eni Zion Felix D na Zion bisa say ne maya he osebo say ne maya nsia on me anan ene we aye no do papa pe no aye the decision me ntumi mbekirem na me hu say kofoka say na wa na me say oho mudi mu fiasem say na de bia meka no na aye osebo ka hu say so no de nani kone ma no ho ankasa ohwe won party uti hu bi say na onhwe ne ma na ode ye dress no say ni nyina enye no kwaro say ne ma ni nyina oka won ben ne ho na ode tu dwa say mrante so say wo betumi a wo say sometimes wo tumi plan na baba tumi akokoteki another 10 but so say wo betumi dia bomodinga na awa te say na wo baby mama wa ha wo say ne dia bomodinga na say wo betumi ejaya na wo atwa so but so chirema so no so ne say ne kwasa abufra piemu a obeja bofan na nkomo ya Zion Felix ene osebodi na me se emu echirisem na anye osebode ochima caption Zion Felix my kra ene ase bia ni baby mama ba ku yo person portray me person me bonidi no say twakwem ba anye osebon kwa na a complain about Zion Felix caption ko be complain ba me person me chem se muso to me ko interview of course be suggest so who the interview ni ba out me suggest to say you see that caption way in hammer on this and I'm sure says Zion Felix so bed obetie nti sem na ekoba na no nti osebo si mamu nhwe nim so ne cheddar be competition bia so chema cheddar de onye ne class Amabani na se metwaso de alum say Easter edi kogu nche kraye na nwumtuni osanso ye preacher Sonny Badu o make post bi social media na o chirema wetumi atene oyo to moja ai na nsemi betu jana mafuchima we de mu ye rem kakra yakopon kwa na yete so ye miracle to me dani nsu ekomoja ya ye de na Sonny Badu etumi ye sansenche yi bi na manso mugidi sa ye men of little faith obi a yakopon sa wona so ye ne dwuma de san kwa wakasa wasasa bibia ko moja krampa enzan ka muje chije cause God is still in the what miracle business. Now, come on, you better do na for the chairman. We be no praise the business chairman. Frakadam mu orem kakra. Say na obeji atum bi ene de wawasem. Na prophet kum chacha de beto just so say Sonny Badu. Some miracle no say so ye say fake. O say enye no kware o anda ne hwe ankomoja na ntesa mafo embo ntungu na me say oho osofo akokoye te se de bia say kum chacha ebo Sonny Badu echi obehwe ma o say sa ne tattoo yo say den okoye wa ka ho asem ene se mebebre a o chema Sonny Badu anka ne na mafo chema kum chacha say wuna wo say Sonny Badu miracle no ye fake dia ene wo say mafo beka say obeka wona me say adwebre touch not my anointing and do my prophet no harm nti asofo bi enu na wanya wa asem ma srem ma wonka wasem ayo na watchi answer na mesor minimum bedin kran no de maka said the last time me catch him say there you be say a promote gun made in Ghana nyum to say artist be a project be of so the say album say EP say single you be match because be one say oh Ghana fu nyum ne alright but ye nyim ne to say obi nti hu nche say sa nyum papa yi hire bia obe na nya bia kokotin sama broni na watchi be say me catch you say ai bogo blay ai yeah interview with 3 News I na me say bogo blay cause bogo blay enye neba o Django ne other hit songs. He has a lot of hit songs. But so the album be able to judge also title ni Wailing Monster. Na album cover ne cry na ye me fe. No the munchim also album. The project is a very beautiful one. Inti me ha me ni nka nkyerɛw. Inti bomade na ko streaming platforms Bogo Play na searching new album Wailing Monster na tiemu nsɛm na yɛde na nyom ba ko ye me de was our project no so sweet song no feature Slick any Kwame Eugene no me de emu ode ankasa kwatie na ye de ma me feedback na eye obi fofo nso ono so edi nwum aba beto dwa we mpo de EP I Olive the Boy we say Havana finally Havana is in so modiana ko op EP bi netie na young boy na otimu nsem a o amanfo sinde bia ka support your own so modiana pe Havana EP bi netie na no so be de say na ochi say yesia na so be social media na ubeba na ma me feedback ne mu ode Jackie enso edi new song to just sing with friend Scar. A episode ewo new sing with friend Obra, but more than any bitie. Na my best sorry so na me say me can album back when musu hwam. Wala si edi album be so friend therapy. Tamafo unya muntie mu ya ye keka me aka se me di ho adanse me tie nwom no so like emu hwam. One say wala si na can do oye very deep. It's more than mun streamy. A project say yes single, say your movies but more than just say pebihwe na say na dey can support your own at Ghana phone yenso yenko enim ti say wo pese weekendi wo twa wona ase wo tie nwom pa se na makin EL so edi new single bi abeto your friend Chop Life and no as I say party anthem bisa ha but more than sa nwom bi na tie na say ni nyina da say yenso ye promote cause e bi akọ Apple Music ko other streaming platform e bi Nigeria for nwom na topic mama yensem kaka na yenko enim na watching so amabroni many mushiai nkomo e call so Drake men can say Obrafo versus Drake and Drake versus Obrafo. I say Obrafo na edikan wo court nti Obrafo versus Drake me di musembem Aisha mo di comment wa commenting manche so de na asem abeto ni na mdi nya abesom me san so sedi me di me nya ma chibepre social media trends celebrity news showbiz mun komo ankasa ne din na bebremti da se ne ye besan so ehia mobomode na mo hwe other programs on GhanaWeb TV na so bomada yen connect to social media Paula Amaboni social media platform ni na say yen den yen tala da se ne ye besan so ehia makramo.
CocoBoard is doing a lot of things.
Yes.
Are you a rich company?
CocoBoard has its own challenges we are dealing with. Unfortunately, despite all the interventions, the support CocoBoard is rendering to farmers and to our society, we don't unfortunately get the praises, but we get a flag. Yeah, why is CocoBoard not doing this? Why is CocoBoard not doing that? But indeed, CocoBoard is doing a lot.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to the part 2 of our interview with the regulator of the cocoa industry, CocoBoard. I'm having an interview with the head of the public affairs unit, Fifi Boafo. We started talking about smuggling in the cocoa sector, as well as climate change and the effect of galamsey on Ghana's cocoa production. In our next part, we try and touch on some, if you like, interesting bits about CocoBoard and some of the interventions that they give to the ordinary citizen of this country. The CocoBoard scholarship is one of the things that a lot of people have benefited from, and it's one of the items my colleague said I should ask about when I was preparing for this interview. Fifi, thank you very much for sitting with us once again. CocoBoard is doing a lot of interventions, doing roads, giving scholarship to people. Is the CocoBoard scholarship still ongoing?
Well, the CocoBoard scholarship has been taken over, for want of better expression, by the free SHS policy.
All right.
Yeah, the CocoBoard scholarship was primarily for secondary education. So was for wards of cocoa farmers in senior high schools. As we speak, the free SHS policy is taking care of secondary education. So that will be duplication of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So now that has changed. However, the board has taken a decision to use the funds for a different purpose.
Okay.
And the different purpose is to provide basic model schools for cocoa communities.
Right.
Because we realize that yes, there's free SHS, but and every child is supposed to benefit. But a child has to get to the level of secondary school before the child can benefit from the free SHS policy. So in a situation where you have a child from these communities who is not doing well, who is not interested to go to school, will not even get to the stage where he has to enjoy free SHS. So there's the need for us to get these kids in school, educated, and build them up for secondary school education. So yes, that's what we are doing now. For the fight against child labor, for example, you realize that there are kids who are not in school, not because they do not want to go to school, but the distance they commute, because they stay on the farmstead, the distance they commute from the farmstead to the nearby school is quite a journey.
Yeah.
So the energy to do that is not there, so the child is left in the home.
Yeah.
So this time around, we are trying to have schools closer to them. My understanding of this new arrangement is that we are not just building schools, but a model schools, schools of a decent level where you feel proud to have your child educated there. So you do not necessarily have to be in the urban centers to have access to this infrastructure. One of the things we've also realized that it is even difficult to have teachers volunteering to go to these communities to teach. But if you have a very decent staff bungalow, then the teacher will be happy to go there. Because those who even teach in these very remote schools, they'll prefer to live in a nearby town, travel to the school the next day, that's when they are child buying, or maybe they will get to school very late, exhausted and all that. But if you have them close, then they will be able to help. So yes, that's what the policy is now going forward.
So when is this going to start?
I think now the board has given approval, so the necessary work is being done. We are compiling schools from all these communities. So that compilation is ongoing, and immediately that is done, very soon there will be a launch of it, and then we'll roll it out.
Okay, I'm sure people will be excited by it, especially the cocoa farmers.
Oh yeah. In fact, we had what delayed us was the fact that we had to do thorough stakeholder engagement, because there were different proposals as to what to use the money for. Different things came about. There are those who suggested it should go to tertiary education. There are those who suggested we should do STEM with it. There are those who said we should do specialized education in the area of agriculture and research into the cocoa industry. But after the consultation, I think a lot more people within the stakeholder engagement were of the view that a better basic education system will be more beneficial compared to the others if you put them on a scale. Yeah.
On that topic and on that note, I want to link it with the international report about Ghana using child labor on the cocoa farms, and for which reason maybe there should be sanctions in terms of the foreign countries buying our cocoa. Do you think this, by a long stretch, is going to eliminate that notion?
There are a number of things we are doing in dealing with the perception of child labor. We say perception because we do not subscribe to how we've been described as a country that is allowing child labor to happen. But if you have these kids in school, I think the methodology that have also been used in arriving at some of the conclusions is a bit problematic. So you go to a typical rural community, you ask the child, did you go to school today? He said, no, I did not go to school today. Where do you live? He live on the farmstead.
Yeah.
That's child labor. But genuinely, the child is not in any way involved. But that a child of school-going age is supposed to be in school.
Yeah.
So if your child is in school, then it helps in dealing with that perception which we have to deal with. Of course, Cocoa Board has also rolled out recently our cocoa management system. The cocoa management system has a full database of every cocoa farmer in our country. And your dependents, your farm hands, everybody involved in the farmer business has been captured. Of course, the polygon maps of all the cocoa farms has also been captured. So we are able to tell that Daniel, Fifi, Kweku, Kwabna, Efo, Yauvi are the people who are involved in the farm.
Okay.
So if you extrapolate, you'll be able to tell that, okay, these are the people working. Then there's a possibility that there's a shortfall in farm hands. There may be kids involved. Okay. So let's go and investigate. It helps in determining. So that's another thing. Of course, the issue about deforestation, because we have the maps of every farm, we should be able to tell if there's a farm that is within the protected forest zones. So it takes away that responsibility from us. And this cocoa management system is what has given us the platform for the rolling out of the cocoa farmer pension scheme, which about a week ago we started registering farmers here.
So the pension scheme is supposed to what? Give some respite to cocoa farmers when they retire?
The pension scheme is to give me the authority to convince Daniel that it is better to go into cocoa farming than to work just with GhanaWeb.
Okay.
Because one of the things farmers have complained is that after all the work you do as a cocoa farmer, if it's time for you to go on retirement, there's nothing to rely on.
Right.
How beneficial is it for me to be in such an enterprise? But if the pension is there, it helps. And of course, as a human being, it gets to a stage where there's the need for you to say that I have done enough, and then there's the need for me to retire. What are you retiring to?
Okay.
Is there something available? And it's natural that when you age, that's where you have all this, and those problems come up. So yeah, it gives you something to rely on. So yes, the farmer pension scheme is to encourage people, the youth, to go into cocoa farming, and also to ensure that farmers, after the meritorious service to our country, they are also retiring to something decent and have a decent lifestyle and not becoming responsibility and a burden to their kids.
Cocoa Board is doing a lot of things.
Yes.
Are you a rich company?
Cocoa Board has its own challenges we are dealing with. Unfortunately, despite all the interventions, the support Cocoa Board is rendering to farmers and to our society, we don't unfortunately get the praises, but we get a flag. Yeah, why is Cocoa Board not doing this? Why is Cocoa Board not doing that? But indeed, Cocoa Board is doing a lot for our farmers and then also for our society. Unfortunately, because of the plurality of media now, also using the media platforms to also assess and to tell your story becomes difficult. These days when there's a story and in the morning I have to speak to radio stations, I could have about 100 radio stations calling and asking for an interview. How many stations can you talk to?
Yeah.
You have the online, the television station, and of course people who are using the social media platform.
Yeah.
So it's also difficult to even tell your story. But of course, and you have different means of also reaching out to other people. Yeah, so it becomes difficult for us to fully tell our story. But then of course we are still working and finding means of telling the story. Cocoa Board is not rich. Cocoa Board resources is basically the amount of money that is realized from cocoa sale after giving the farmers their share of the FOB price, and the amount that comes to Cocoa Board, that is what is used for all the things I've talked about and more.
One of the things people want to see Cocoa Board do is, what do we do with our raw cocoa beans? What is the future looking like? The last international news that also painted Ghana as using child labor said these children even work on the farm and they haven't even seen a chocolate in their lives or haven't tasted chocolates before. Are we going to reach a point where we are really working on the final product and not just selling it off?
You know, the discussion about whether the children of cocoa farmers have enjoyed chocolate, I do not think it should be premised on the fact that they produce cocoa, so automatically they must enjoy chocolate. Yeah, my father probably could work as a tailor, but it doesn't mean that the things he sew, I'm supposed to wear them.
I mean, I feel people feel like, I mean, if you are working on it, I mean, it's small. You know.
Yeah, but you see, the question is, so if I produce cassava, I may not eat fufu. Okay. So the fact that I produce cassava doesn't mean automatically I am supposed to enjoy it. But for me, the argument is the health and the nutritional benefit we derive from cocoa is the more reason why the children of cocoa farmers must enjoy it. Because there are lots more they can get as an individual, as a child, by eating the chocolate or taking the cocoa products. So it is not just because I am producing it, so I must necessarily enjoy it. But it is because you can get a lot more. The flavonoids and all the things you get in cocoa. The fact that it helps in improving your cognitive performance. The fact that it helps in dealing with a lot of diseases in its prevention. That's the more reason why you should take it, not because you produce it. Yeah, I may produce something, but hey, that's not what I want to.
Yeah.
I don't like chocolate.
Maybe the children want it, but they don't have access to it.
Yeah,
because
I don't like chocolate, but of course I like other cocoa products like the raw cocoa powder. I prefer that. But the fact that I have a cocoa farm or I work on a cocoa board doesn't mean I'm supposed to.
Right, I get the point. I get the point. But I mean, I'm sure it is your wish and hope that because of the benefits, nutritional benefits, these children would have access to.
In fact, for me, I have a responsibility. I now chair the national committee tasked with the responsibility of improving cocoa consumption. So for me, I believe strongly that every individual in Ghana must consume cocoa products.
Right.
I am happy that if you look at the effort we've put in recent years, our per capita consumption has increased by 100%. And there's a lot more we can do. There's a reason why when you go to a restaurant, you are not asked whether you want tea or coffee. You should be asked, do you want a cocoa beverage or a chocolate drink? We want to see that. If I'm getting a dessert from a restaurant, it must include chocolate products. If you visit a hotel, you should be given a chocolate or a chocolate product as part of your treats. If I enter into any hospitality center, you should be given a taste of Ghana. And the taste of Ghana is a cocoa product because Ghana is known for cocoa. So if I'm given a treat, the treat must include a cocoa product. If someone gets into Ghana as part of the visit, the tourism infrastructure available to us, there should be something within the cocoa value chain. If someone leaves Ghana, the fact that you were in Ghana, if you are getting back to your country, you must take away something from Ghana. And if you're taking away something from Ghana, definitely it must include a chocolate from Ghana. So for us, there's a lot more we can achieve within the space, apart from just processing the cocoa. Usually we complain as a people that yes, we produce the cocoa. If we look at the cocoa value chain, that's about $100 to $120 billion. How much do we get as a people? If you do the calculation, it's worrying. But the people who benefit, if we are able to expand, do the processing, it is not just the farmers. If, for example, Fifi Wafu, I have a company that is into cocoa processing, and I want to advertise. I come to GhanaWeb and I advertise. You are also beneficiary of the value chain. The person who is going to do the marketing has a business. Those who do the logistics and the transport, they have a business within the value chain. The person who has a company that is into branding or packaging, he also has a business and is part of the value chain. So we have a lot of people who are going to be beneficiaries of the value chain if we are able to go there. So that's the more reason why we are stepping out our campaign. We are advocating for consumption of our chocolate products. Because yes, it will give you good health, it will build you as an individual, but it needs to also help you in getting a job.
Yeah.
Because yes, if someone decides to have a small setup where he's selling chocolate product, I think there's a company called Chocolate Soraya. All the young men and the women who work there have been employed. Where they get their products from, those who are producing milk will get a business out of it. Yeah. Those who are producing sugar will get a business out of it. So there's a lot more we can achieve. Unfortunately, one day I met a friend who was very harsh in his critique of Cocoa Board. And it was following a story that had been published that there's a platform that had been created by a Chinese that was being used to dry cocoa. And he felt like, why is Cocoa Board not doing this? And he went on and on. So after listening to him, I just said to my friend that, I know you are an engineer, and that's basically your field. What stops you from creating something like that?
Cocoa Board and say, this is something that we can work with.
And Cocoa Board can help you in getting the farmers to procure it. So we usually expect that, yes, because there's a regulator, there's an institution that has the responsibility of doing these things. They are supposed to put together engineers, they are supposed to put together all these people to do that. But it's an opportunity. The avenue is there. The fact that we produce cocoa, what can you also do within the value chain as a business person or as someone who has an idea that can help grow the industry, and you take advantage and get a business out of it.
Right, right. So that's Fifi Boafo, the head of public affairs at Cocoa Board, the regulator of the Ghana's cocoa production. We've been talking about a myriad of issues. We're into the final home stretch. We'll go for a short break. When we return, we'll wrap up our conversation on Ghana's cocoa production sector. Stay with us. We're back after this break. Into our final home stretch, final 10 minutes of our interview with Fifi Boafo, who is with Cocoa Board, discussing a lot of things about Cocoa Board and Ghana's cocoa production this year and the last few years. So Fifi, quick question. Would Ghana meet its projection in terms of cocoa production this year?
One of the things I do not usually enjoy participating is discussing production figures during the year. The reason why I do so is that this is a market that is largely speculative. So if I tell you we are producing 800,000 metric tons already, we have done 600,000 metric tons, or we have sold 500,000 metric tons, then the market can predict you that you have 200,000 metric tons, and based on that, they beat you to the price.
Okay.
So it is one very uncomfortable topic for us. And I usually, when there's a discussion about production numbers and the sales, my trading room people come like, Charlie, this is a no-go area for us. So yes, I know the media enjoys that. Of course, it's news like, oh yeah, Ghana will meet its production targets. So it's the news bit of it is there. But you ask yourself the implications or the effects of it. There are some media houses, they are snooping around to know how much have you sold and all that and put it out there. But the question you need to ask yourself is that, who is the beneficiary of that, putting out that news?
Okay.
Yes. So yes, we have a number of challenges this year, but what I can assure you is that our production numbers will be able to meet our responsibilities to our lenders and then the farmers for the year.
Okay. So finally, what would you say to farmers, to prospective farmers, now that we are losing our farmlands to Galamsey? What must be done? I was worrying that you said there are no major large-scale farming in the country. What can we do? What can government do to help Cocoa Board to achieve all of these things?
The reason why we have a challenge with the having large-scale cocoa farming is largely also due to the land tenure system we have in our country, because the interest there very intricate, and who is prepared to give out his land for cocoa farming and all that. So that's a challenge we have. But apart from that, I think the people who also do have the resources to do the large-scale farmers are usually absentee farmers like myself. So we are in Accra, and you give money for people to have the put together the cocoa farm. You barely have time to visit, so you are at the mercy of the farm hands. So it's a bit difficult, but if we have resourceful people who are prepared to go in there and start taking it as a business, then we are getting there. Recently, there's one business person we've been engaging to see how Cocoa Board can support that company in establishing a huge cocoa farm. And if you look at what they are looking...
They have the land already?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we've had, our research team has been on the land, they've taken samples and all that. I'm constrained in giving details as to where they intend setting up and all that. But clearly, you can tell that that is the way to go.
Would that be a game changer?
It will have a huge impact.
Okay.
It will have a very serious impact in terms of our production numbers. And we have people who are doing large-scale farming, because the commitment and sometimes the way our smallholder farmers go about it makes it difficult, because usually you have someone say that, I feel so, you ask the size of the farm. It's a very small farm, and it is difficult to rely on that small farm to feed the household the entire year. But if it is a business where you have a huge farm, and then you have the investment also going in there, because if it is a smallholder farmer who is producing just 3-4 bags, the person has to take care of the home. So if you ask that farmer to invest some of the money that has been made from the business into the activity, it's difficult for the farmer to do so. Not because he's not prepared to invest into his business. I understand. The resources are very small, so it's difficult for them to invest. But if it's a business where you have a lot of resources coming in, then you can invest into the business and make some good business venture out of cocoa farming.
So lastly, if there are rich people who have the means and want to venture into cocoa farming, if they reach out to Cocoa Board, can you support them?
Cocoa Board will be very excited to work with such persons who have the means and the resources. One thing that is guaranteed is that Cocoa Board will give you seedlings for free. Cocoa Board will have the extension staff who will be readily available to support you at the various districts. Our people, friends, people, random people I meet who come to me and said, Fifi, I want to go into cocoa farming, this is my area. And then quickly I call the district office, and then I link them up. And then the next time you meet the person, says, oh, your people were there, now I've started.
Oh, nice.
Yes, so yes, just get in touch with us, let us know, and our seed production division will be prepared to produce the seedlings for the church staff to help you in then starting your cocoa farm. It's the way to go. When are you starting the farm?
Very soon. Thank you very much, Fifi. It's been a very enlightening conversation, and I'm sure for those of you who are watching, you've learned one or two things and how to also participate in Ghana's cocoa value chain. It's one of our biggest revenue earners, and we need more people, more educated people to enter into that space. My name has been Daniel Odro. It's been another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My guest has been Fifi Boafo with Cocoa Board. Thank you very much, Fifi.
Thank you, Daniel.
We're back same time with another edition of the show. Until then, it's bye for now.
They can promise to look alike. Charlie can promise the fresh boy. Everybody gets starts. Fine. We all have throwback Thursdays. But I know be this one.
Once again, we are back to discuss issues relating to the arts and entertainment with a touch of wit. Hello and welcome to E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. Today we are looking at the celebrity lookalikes, and later on we'll focus on Jidubliambule and KOD. I'm sure you've been following the events, a bit of back and forth, but Romeo, Ambassador Romeo is Medina Assemblyman and Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman, event organizer, artist, manager, a poet, former comedian. Romeo, Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
If you are fine, Medina for say. Kwesi Martinez is a film producer and then entertainment analyst. Kwesi, thanks for joining us. If you are fine.
Oh, you're
last time, I think Sena Miche TV, I've forgotten the channel. And I'm say, oh, apparently, say me look alike net soon. Where's your look alike, Anna?
Dabi.
When you say, Romeo, see how look alike.
I will be 7 by me,
But you see, this, I think the last time we had this conversation was when the whole thing started. There was this Kwame Eugene look-alike who took a picture with Kwame Eugene at, I think, Angel FM Studios or so. And since then, we've seen Kiddy, and now there is Medical, there is King Promise. And they are going for interviews and are you comfortable with the fact that we have all these celebrity lookalikes all over, wherever you pass, and the fact that they are coming out with even a song and they are going around for radio interviews?
I don't have a problem with people having that craze or crave of looking like someone, or the fact that there seems to be some little resemblance, so they want to capitalize on it to show themselves to fame. But my problem has to do with the media houses, giving audience to people of sorts. My reasons being that there's a lot of underground artists who are doing well, who are looking for avenues to project their jobs, their works. These people are not given the opportunity, but there's a group of people who are capitalizing on other people's fame. And you are giving them audience at the expense of the original artist, sort of like having a parody, replica account, and then someone is running an interview. And sometimes, to some extent, they end up even performing their songs. Remember this guy? I think he's late. The guy who was
Anochi
Supremo. You know, he had that kind of in all sense, even the voice, everything looks. You would think is actually Lumbe's son. That's how other people projected him to be, and for him, his stance was even that he saw that Lumba as a father. So he wanted to get close so that he will also, through that, he will be modeled and become someone better. But then that Lumba also didn't like the idea because it looks like I'm a legend, I'm rated high. And before someone gets me to perform, people go through so much. People only hear of me when they are playing my song online, or it's a CD or pen drive or whatever. But if it has to do with performance, it has to go through me. But Anochi Supremo was doing those like mini performance, so people will not miss the real Daddy Lumba because they could have, even if not the originality, they could have someone who could deliver that flavor. And it's bad business. Honestly, it's bad business. It's a different ball game if the person has a band and then you join the band and you are performing together. You're also building your CV or repertoire of sounds, so that in future, even when you're alone, like the Ofurian Ponsers, who later became men of their own, it's fine. But picking the person's image and feeding from it, for me, it's a no-no. Just like social media, if not for the blue ticks on Twitter and then that of Facebook, it's easy for people to have a parody account to act like someone. And it's criminal. So my problem is not even with the people. My problem has to do with the media houses who are giving audience to those people, and everyone will start using anyone's image, or in the name of look-alike. You get it? No, like it doesn't sit well. maybe problem media houses, no. Because a lot of people in the fray who are looking for opportunities.
But these people too may have talents. You heard me say that they are coming out with a song, and there are quite a number of people who seem intrigued by the fact that they have a song.
Arantipa, until recently, where they are having a song together, most of them perform. When you talk about Kiddy look-alike, you try performing Kiddy's song. If you talk about even the guy like the medical look-alike, he tried to rap like medical. You get it? The looks fine. People look up to people, but the commercial aspect is where my problem is. You get it? When artists are even struggling to make shows, to even get to find avenues to even promote their things, if not for social media, and then these people are occupying all those spaces which, in real sense, were meant for the original artist. So it makes it very difficult.
Martinez, if you were one of these artists and you are not being impersonated, but people are coming to me for the mere fact that I look like you, so they want me at an event, not to perform your song, but I mean, this is Kwame Eugene look-alike, this is Kiddy look-alike. They are not impersonating you in any way. They have not gone to take any money to say, I am Kwame Eugene, I'm coming to perform. Would you be perturbed?
Well, it depends. I mean, if there's that communication, if I'm actually aware of what is going, if it's explained properly or clearly for me to actually understand the whole vibe, maybe I might not be that angry. Might be cool with me because, like you said, I think Romeo rather, Anoche Supremo, Dio Jr. They met Lumba, and at the point they even performed together. Lumba was happy to see him because it's very interesting. There's that belief that every human being is created 3 or 4. And so you one day meet someone that challenge yourself, you see yourself in that person. When it comes to look-alike, it's normal. Even our kids start from home. Okay, your daughter or your son, that's your look-alike. But where maybe the media gives it attention is the fact that these are celebrated people or personalities, and we have some guys or some people from nowhere just looking like them. Definitely, attention will be given to them. Not as maybe promoting them, but it's news, it's story, it's entertainment. Yes. So, for me, I think it's normal. It's cut across celebrities having looks alike around, especially when you go into the football circles. We've seen Neymar look alike, and he looked just like Neymar. We've seen Messi. At a point, you know, he became a very huge problem, especially with the Messi look-alike, because there was rumor that he has conned 23 women, allegedly. He has conned 23 women. Because when they see him, they think that's Messi.
One of the points Romeo raised was that it's affecting the original acts, because one, the attention that should have been given to them, which you have addressed. I mean, the point of the media. There are some who say that what they are doing, what the lookalikes are doing, will increase the streams of the original acts. Is that the case for you? Do you see that, or that's far-fetched?
I understand where Romeo is coming from, because obviously, whether we like it or not, they will take something from the artist. It doesn't matter them maybe playing shows or performing to people, that aside. But once you see them, attention will be switched to them. So clearly they take something from the artist. At a point you might not feel comfortable, depending on how attention is given to him or her. And that is where Romeo is coming from. For the first time, once you spot them, it is news. But when we give them too much attention, or when we give credence to their image, that is where it somehow becomes right, because you give them some kind of recognition, and at a point they will feel big, they feel like they are stars. In fact, they will act like them. Maybe they might, like I said earlier, they might not play shows in the name of the artist, but there are certain advantages that they will be exposed to or introduced to, and they will take them because, let's say, Kwame Eugene lookalike travels to
Nkranza
or Fanchinebra. They probably people out there who have not seen Kwame Eugene before. That's the real Kwame Eugene. When they meet him, I go fit take advantage for them. You get it. Unless we in the capital city that we are more,
exposed to him.
Yes. Apart from that,
the picture Kwame Eugene took with one of them, and then even Kiddy. Yeah. Would you say that was an endorsement of a sort?
Yeah, I feel it's also an issue because these are things people capitalize on and start swindling people. And it's easy to do because these are people, they say, okay, they have references, that's with pictures and even videos, with even interviews to back their claims. And then, okay, here am I. Me perform the videos, even video. Go online and pull one of these stories where, and then we get it. Whatever they would have done before, you realize, oh, why job. So I'm looking at the swindling aspects, the image rights. You get it. People struggle to make names for themselves, and even with the streams, celebrities are not getting enough, and then you have people tapping out of those numbers, which are not enough. Of course, it will take so much from them. For me, I think it should be shattered right from the word go, and the media should call in and rather create spaces for underground artists. You remember this guy? Is it Barry, the guy who I met him here some time ago?
Who?
Thank God you left. Your ex left you for me.
Bakadabri.
Yeah. See, there are people doing good stuff who need the avenue to promote good things.
But Romeo, beyond what you are saying, don't you feel any form of excitement in the industry with the presence of these people?
Maybe I don't fancy that celebrity thing.
Okay.
But I feel the people's brands. Branding is sensitive, and if care is not taken, if there's a date, let's assume this one of them ends up committing sort of a serious vice like rape or something, and it's Kwame Eugene lookalike, and people are using that. You realize they are on billboards. Maybe the person would really want to do, but say, oh, once I have this guy can do. When they see him, they might not even think twice. They might think he's the one. So let's just use him at a cheaper cost. You are killing someone else's business. So in all facets of the entertainment benefits, in terms of image, revenue raking, streams, they affect. And in the long run, people might think it's just for the fun of it. But here they are trying to come up with a song, and they will be using the parody names attached to them, and they'll be promoting their songs, and people will be streaming at the expense of the original artists. So the authentication is being eroded.
Fine, you don't like what they are doing. Any panel was a Kwame Eugene, and people say yes or no. What should he do with the image that he has now, so that it will have a positive influence on them, in order not to affect the original Kwame Eugene?
Okay, Abrantepa, in elsewhere, there are replicas of presidents or leaders, so that if the president isn't well and there is sort of an outdoor event, someone is seated, the person wouldn't speak, just that the presence of the president is needed, so that person is put in state. Meanwhile, the president is indisposed, maybe sick or bedridden or something, and then they put the person there. You get it? To cover a situation. That is how lookalikes are used elsewhere. For instance, our president here, if maybe he's in America, but no one knows he's in America, and then maybe he's going for treatment, and security-wise, he didn't want anyone to know he's out of the country. They get a replica to sit in for him, and he looks like him. I've seen someone is within the government who looks like President Akufo-Addo. Maybe you've not noticed. You get it? There was even an issue of Ajasafo, someone who looked like her. It was alleged that the person sat in for me while Ajasafo was in the States. So all these things, like, they have the benefits in terms of in real life. So you can look like Kwame Eugene, but you're a medical doctor by profession. You don't have to perform Kwame Eugene's songs elsewhere to prove that you are his lookalike.
Martinez,
boss.
Yeah, what should these people be doing with their lives?
With these guys, I mean, you watch the video, they have come together. I don't get it.
The synergy.
It's an association. You have come together for what?
Lookalike.
So it's like there's an agenda to go out there, search for any guy who
They've been
looks
asking
like
for investors.
What is the meaning? You see, that is where the problem comes. Yes, for Kwame Eugene look alike. I mean, like you said, he has met Kwame Eugene, and it looks like he has gained some endorsements. Because once you take a picture with him, that's endorsement. Because if you Kwame Eugene appreciated the fact that wow, this is, you know, something amazing. Fine. But if you're a musician, be yourself. When you try to sound like Kwame Eugene because you have the looks, now you try to dress like him, you try to create the same hairstyle, you try to talk like him, that is dangerous.
You will not get any credit because everything will be given to Kwame Eugene.
You are not being fake. You get it? Yes, you look like him. After all, everybody looks like somebody. But when you come together and you are now trying to rap like medical because you are medical lookalike, you try to sing like Mr. Drew because you are Mr. Drew lookalike. What's the agenda? You come together and what? Call for investors. It makes no sense, especially with the Kim Promise guy. It's an insult to Kim Promise.
He says
the Kim Promise lookalike. It's an insult. Charlie Kim Promise is the fresh boy. Everybody gets starts. Fine. We all have throwback Thursdays. But I know be this one.
See, I have a lot of promise in my earrings. You see them real, like, look alike.
That this is the real.
Even the ones I know, they are barbers.
He was in earrings like he promised. One of the videos I saw, they were entering a house or something, and he was in earrings. When you look at him from sideways, yeah, you see him to be Kim Promise wearing earrings, but when you look at him directly, he doesn't look like Kim Promise. Familiar look alike. Charlie, what they do, it be embarrassing.
Right. So that's Kwesi Martinez. He's a film producer. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about KOD and GhanaWeb. Welcome back. You're watching eForum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. I'm doing this with Magdona Nane Asare, aka Ambassador Romeo, and Kwesi Martinez. So last week we spoke about Ambule and KOD, high life musician Ambule, and radio personality, event organizer, MC, fashion designer KOD. For those who may not be aware, Ambule grants an interview, says VGM is an enemy to high life music, and that's because nkofo bonyum na se reggae kra na se omo use the Chi language, you know, also I say a high life. So more or less categorization is a problem. And so KOD did a post and, you know, berated Ambule. Then Ambule grants an interview and says that KOD is a child. He's a shallow-minded, and is the reason why he said those things. I'm going to Europe tour. I'm going on a Europe tour in May next year. My music, Ambule's music, and in June, I'll be back on tour. So when he sits and talks, can he take his clothes on tour as a designer like the way I am going to tour with my music? Can he take his DJing on tour like the way I am going on tour with my music? If these people talk, you know they are shallow-minded. So KOD comes back and says he is giving his final words on it. he comes out with an epistle. I'll read it quick, then I'll get your submissions. Final words to Ambule. Lee won't sit on the VGMA board in and out for over 20 years and allow High Life to die.
That's Lee Dodu.
No, Lee.
Lee. Okay.
Lee, as in that's his Nikki, KOD.
Okay.
And allow High Life to die when he's played, produced, and managed some of the best High Life songs and artists for almost 30 years. Celebrated High Life musicians like Amanziba, Mr. Simons, Okreku Mante, Andy Dusty, Dinah Hobson, Kiki Bansin, and many great music talents and proponents won't sit and allow VGMA to be a curse to High Life when they sit on the board. It will take only an ungrateful artist to ever suggest VGMA is a curse to High Life. I typically wouldn't have commented when Ambule said the VGMA is a curse to High Life, but I realize he's done lots of loose talks in the last couple of years, especially against his own colleagues and to people who should look up to him in the music industry. Choosing to make that unfortunate comment about VGMA in public, I decided to respond as a prominent member who is being part of the VGMAs and the board for over 20 years. Ambule made vitriolic attacks on Stoneboy, Daddy Lumba, and many of his colleagues these last few years. What's wrong with him? Since 1972, how many musicians from Takoradi has he produced or helped to the top? Hasn't he contributed to High Life's demise? If it's all about himself, every creative has the responsibility to evolve over time, else they go still. At a legendary status, one earns his place in their chosen field and endeavor, and should not make mediocre statements against his colleagues filled with malice and reckless ballooning. That's not the place. Romeo saying, that's not the place of an icon. I know it's hard to learn to be left-handed in one's old age, but I guess Ambule could learn from the late great Papa Yankson, Joe Mensah, C.K. Man, A.B. Crenso, and the celebrated Pat Thomas. True men with noble characters who remember those who looked out for them. Lee, the small boy, as he describes me, supported him for almost 30 years of his career and made sure he was not left out when he facilitated the legends Glow signed up when they came to Ghana. He shouldn't forget his insincerity with how he handled himself in that space. I always knew this day would come somehow. That's how I know him. A charlatan. Wisdom is not a preserve of the old age and gray hair. There are old men in communities, families, but children often rise to lead. These are my last words to the great Ambule, our last from the good old Western stock. I still love music. Mic drops, and it comes with a picture of Jacob Echebilamte, Mactonto, KOD, Ambule at the VGMAs or Ghana Music Awards in 2002. I don't know if around that time, they're not sponsor. So yes, Ghana Music Awards. Yes, Empire. Romeo, now when I started.
Yeah,
why you find the words so harsh?
Exactly. KOD's words were harsh. For me, honestly speaking, Ambule's opinion about VGMA in regards to High Life, it's his opinion, and for me, I wouldn't fight someone over such an opinion.
Even when you are a board member of VGMA, you've served on the board and you know what the VGMA stands for, not to kill High Life. You don't comment on it.
No, you see, when someone makes such scathing attack on you, it's your business to educate people, right, on the whole thing, so that you kill the ignorance which is being spread. But then I also find it a bit not okay with KOD Ambule's interview where he referred to
KOD as shallow-minded.
It's too hard an insult. But if you study KOD's epistle, it's loaded with hard words, like real insults. And I was thinking that two wrongs never make a right. And okay, let's say, because on this side of our world, people would always shield the old ones and then ask the younger ones to forget. But KOD also came out to also prove that he's not a small boy. The fact that Ambule could even be his father or a big brother or uncle or something, he's not a small boy. So those languages, he also wasn't too okay with it. The real aspect I didn't like at all was when he said he has fed him before. It's not okay. You give someone bread at a particular moment was meant that you did good. So coming out to say tomorrow, if you're even giving someone water, the person will look at you twice. So yeah, you could have spoken your mind, could have attacked his works, and then even what he said to you could have just ignored the insults. But it's an epistle filled with so much insults. As a literature person, if you pick every word, if you want to analyze every word, it's naked insults. And that's not something we look up to. Young ones are looking, but if people have said what things about VGMA, even the real investors, the owners of the brand, do not come out to attack people. It dies out naturally. So for me, I'm not a fan of what KOD wrote, but it's also to mean that I support what Ambule said to KOD about being shallow-minded. If the child is not supposed to insult the adult is also not supposed to provoke the younger one. But KOD being that energetic, you're vibrant and smart, intelligent guy, I didn't expect him to go to toe that line.
Martinez,
boss,
you also think the words were too harsh?
Oh yeah.
How should he have gone around it without the words that you consider as harsh? Maybe he doesn't see those words as harsh.
But based on our orientations, everybody has his or her way of addressing issues or matters. And so we cannot direct KOD as to how he should go out. I mean, he's a full
grown man.
Yes. I was about to use a certain word before the grown man. Yeah, but it will be proper. Yeah, so we cannot teach him his left from right. But there's a saying that silence is golden, especially when you've built a certain reputation.
But they also say silence kills.
But it's still golden.
You see,
you see, when Ambule came out with those comments, asking whether he could tour with his clothing lines and DJing and all of that. So far, everybody I've heard commenting on that issue is actually in defense of KOD. So the people will fight for you. Because if you make a comment that you are wondering, you are asking if you could tour for, I mean, no, come on. So why would you even come back? And to me, I think he came to muddy the water. Because the KOD I know is a fine gentleman. Ambule over the years is known for, you know, I'm not saying he's not a fine gentleman, but we know he's outspoken, coming hard sometimes and all of that. So for me, I think it's all in defense of high life. It tells you how we cherish our identity, because Ambule's comment is based on the fact that he feels we need to protect high life.
Yeah.
Yes, and he feels VGMA currently, or let's say there are war schemes, and those who can be used as the front line, who can engineer this cause. Because once you're able to project a certain category in regards to high life as the ultimate, then some way, somehow, you are giving some relevance or recognition to high life. And then KOD also being a board member felt like, I mean, he's part of the scheme, and he also has to come in defense. And in doing so, I think he came hard at Ambule by saying it's nonsense. I mean, you can disagree and share your opinion devoid of insult. Maybe the word nonsense is not an insult. It means there's no sense in what you are saying.
No, contextually with a reply,
exactly.
It makes it an insult.
Yes. But to Ambule and to our African setting, if you tell an adult that what you said is actually nonsense,
say it in P.
It's an insult. Automatically, he or she will take it as an insult. So that is where Ambule also came in and went far, attacking KOD's brand. I mean, for him to come out with that clothing line, it tells you how he has toiled for it. And so when you attack that, he will come hard at you. But if I were to KOD, I wouldn't go the way he went. But hey, that's him.
Quick one, how do they resolve this under 30 seconds? The two personalities at the VGMs.
His final words. So I don't think he will come back, even if Ambule come back to address his final words. I think KOD shouldn't come back. And from what he posted, the last one, but he still love him, and he mentioned artists, great artists that have contributed massively that he loves, and Ambule is still included. So I don't see any hard feeling in this. It's all about share your view, let me share my view. With Georgia, we see the way forever. Sometimes the views come very hard, and it's normal. I mean, I don't see them fighting each other. It's just about disagreements.
Romeo, how do they resolve?
I think
they resolve this?
In a smart way, KOD should actually render an apology, and then the VGMA should release a statement. You see, the VGMA has evolved out of criticisms. You will not have all of us praise you. I'm one of the strongest critics of the VGMA, and when they also go well, we applaud them. So if someone comes out, he's one of the doings of High Life, and he feels there was a year when Shatawale was giving
the High Life song.
The High Life song.
I know my level.
I know my level. So with all the people had their opinion, people share. So if he also felt that all these things have happened over the years, so he, in throwing out his 1 cent, he was overly emotional, and then talks about how the VGM is killing the High Life. It's your business to educate the public, to make nonsense of what he said, but not saying nonsense of what he said. So now it's already done, and KOD's business as a board member, he wasn't even supposed to have revealed his membership status to the public.
No, I mean they are done with their job. So
no, but this is not the last time. This is not. So tomorrow, if Ambule's song appears on, and he is part of the board, so technically people will feel that there won't be any fair judgment. So it's the job of the VGMA.
There are 14 board members or so. KOD cannot influence the entire board.
This is what I keep telling people. See, Abrantepa, as an assemblyman, it's easy for me to convince a fellow assemblyman because we share common things, common interests. So if we are on the same board and they say there are 14 people, sometimes there are people who inherit people's enemies. There are people who are very close to KOD on the board. So if I have an issue with you and you are here, like, let's be real.
I get yes.
So it will not be put.
Initial comment appeared to be an attack on the board.
You get it. So that job was supposed to have been the job of the PR.
That's what I said.
Okay.
Not a board member.
Yes.
Otherwise, the Mr. Simons and all of them would release. But they are. I don't want to say they are matured enough. They're matured enough not to come out the way KOD did.
So quick one before we go. Quick one. Has Ambule also tried to sit down with the board to address some of these things? That's a question I do ask. That we are talking about, hey, do this, do that. Have they also made it official? Like Musica. That's the body of the musicians. You get it? So if they feel something is not right with the award scheme, can they also sit down with the board? Because we are a body, especially when you represent the musicians. So this is High Life. Okay, we are suggesting that's how we feel when you do it will help. Let's pray. So that you all judge your part when you wait.
But I think they have workshops. They have
they do.
Fora where they discuss all these.
But he is talking about personal Ambule and then Musica or Ambule and then the VGMA
with the board, because you are a stakeholder, and if there's any suggestion, why not make it official? But when you wait for nominations to be out for a particular year and then you come out with those kind of criticism, I don't think you are playing a role as an influencer.
So will they one day award him as one of the legends? Because every year they award legends.
The Lifetime Achievement Awards.
Yes.
Okay. ABR in the wisdom of the board, because there are other people who ABR no more time as soon. You see a time as soon. We need to wrap up, and then end the show. Thanks for watching the show. Thanks for staying with us. Thanks for coming. Ambassador Romeo is Assemblyman for Medina Social Welfare. He's an event organizer. He's an artist manager. He's a poet. He's an actor. He's the trainer for voice coach for beauty pageants. If you want to be a beauty pageant, beauty queen, come and see Ambassador Romeo. We'll train you. I'm Wako Miss World. Wako Winyama Ghana. Saturday and then can news everybody and yes small crowd. Quizzy Martinez. Quizzy Martinez is a film producer and entertainment analyst. Thank you for watching this episode of E-Forum. Last time Nana room you see me Dino Mudu, Timbo me Dia Minka a friend Benefo Benefo Boabin Abrantipa Apon.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now, Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for first transaction. What is this? Download to Lemonade Finance.